Good morning, everyone, and welcome to round 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. We're at Aukštadvario kartodromas for the aforementioned round 5. We saw some umbrellas out in the paddock. I don't think there's going to be any rain coming. Hopefully not. It's looking like it is a very, very sunny day in Lithuania. And, well, we're excited to get our racing underway. We have got a total of 7 different categories that will be out in action. We'll be kicking things off with our Rotax Micros. Moving on to the Minis, Juniors, Seniors, the DD2s, Nanos, and following up, rounding out with the Baby Series. Looking to start in just a couple of minutes' time with heat number 1 of the Rotax Micro and the Rotax Micro Under 9 Championship. The championship that is currently being led by Jokubas Vaskelis. And we'll see whether he can extend his championship that is currently sitting at about 49 points over Emilis Juozaitis. And I was having a little look at the circuit yesterday, having a few laps over on YouTube, and what a circuit this is. It's really fast, it's really flowing to start off, and then you get this really twisty section, long sweeping right-hander off turn 9, and then it really tightens into turns 10, 11, 12, and then the circuit starts to open up once more before heading back into the first sequence of corners, which is this sequence of 90 degrees and 180 degrees, right-handers, hairpin, and it is a very, very fun circuit. Well, we can see our kart getting ready to head on out on to circuit, and those are our micros. Our first race will be a 6-minute race followed by 1 lap. And I believe we've got a total of 21 entries for this opening heat of the day. I can see kart number 17 at the front, which is Emilis Juozaitis, who we were talking about earlier, currently running second in the championship for NSL Racing. We'll see whether he can bring down that 49-point gap to Jokobas. Bit of a gap from the top two down to third in the championship with Oskaris Pitkovas, who's a further 120 points behind. Now, Oskaris had a very good start to the championship, actually came second in the first final of the season in round 1 of the championship, but since then he's just been dropping back a little bit from those top two. And we'll see whether he can get that round victory that has been eluding him for a while now in this championship. It would certainly be a good way to enter into the latter portion of the season, but the karts are making their way out of the dummy grid onto the circuit to start heat number 1. So they'll all be lining up momentarily, and then we can be getting this race underway. So a chance to get a little bit of heat into the tyres. Maybe a little bit of practice. Well, actually, are we already racing? I think we are. No, sorry, they are just weaving the tyres. For a second I thought, hang on, have we gone racing straight out of the dummy grid? I was like, no. I do remember that there is a warm-up lap. Get everyone side by side, 2 abreast, and then we will get our race underway. So who do we have then on the first row of the grid? It is the number 17 of Emilis Juozaitis and the 24 of Jokobas Vaskelis, our 2 championship leaders on the front row of the grid. Emilis in the white helmet, and then we have the multicolored red and green helmet. That is the 24 of Jokobas. Well, we are ready to go racing then as they make their way through the final hairpin. Will be the driver on the inside, on the left, who will be getting us underway. And away we go then for our very first heat of the day, side by side through that long sweeping left-hander. And it is Jokobas who is leading the field on the exit of the opening couple of corners. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it is all nice and clean. There haven't been any casualties to start off our opening heat of the day, but we can already see those two just starting to break away from the rest of the field as Emilis Juozaitis just sits behind the 24 of Jokobas Vaskelis for now. And we'll see whether there will be any opportunities presenting themselves to Emilis. He's having a little look, just poking his nose here and there, and then just behind, is that the 30, sorry, that's a 41, I believe, who is just behind them. And that's 41 of Emilis Karkauskas. It's just falling a few kart lengths back as the 24 of Jokobas Vaskelis continues to just try to pull clear of Emilis Juozaitis. And now we have these two-way battles, one for the lead and then one for third. Already a little bit defensive, but there up the inside goes the 17 of Emilis, but he can't quite make the move stick. And Jokobas Vaskelis just being very ice cold, not overly defending in the opening stages of this heat. Doesn't want to run the risk of Emilis Karkauskas closing in as well and turning this into a 2-way battle for the lead, into a 3 or even a 4-way battle for the win. trying to catch who is that in fourth place at the moment. I believe that's Oskaras Pitkovas, who is running in fourth place, the third place driver in the championship. To make their way onto the start-finish line once again. And into our sequence of hairpins once more, heading into turn number 6, and then into this opening hairpin of turn number 7 that will lead into the fast-flowing turn 8. But still leading the way is Jokubas Vaskelis, and right behind him, not budging an inch, is Emilis Juozaitis. Still nose to tail as they go through the tightening left-hander and into the right hairpin of turn 11, and then it's through 12. It opens up before you get into 13, 14, and now into 15 and back onto the start-finish straight. It's been a very good drive so far for Jokubas Vaskelis, and the top two have well and truly pulled clear with 3 minutes on the clock. Melissa Kapkauskas holds on to third for now, and then just behind is the 48 of Oskaras Pitkovas. But closing in actually, is that the number 3 of Karlis Berntsons? I think it is. The Latvian driver currently running in 5th position. Just a couple of kart lengths behind the 48 of Oskaras Pitkovas. I think as well, closing in onto them is Tauras Zimnikas. And that is our four-way battle currently for P3. Using a lot of curb is the 48 of Oskaras Pitkovas through the penultimate corner, right on to the tail now of Kapkauskas as they head into turns number 2, which is this 90-degree left into the hairpin and up the inside. That is a move. Is that the 88? I think it is. He's pointing forward and saying, come on, let's work through the field. That is Taras Zimnikas, who is quickly flying up through the field, up into 5th position now. So Zimnikas up into 5th, and defending a little bit is the 41 of Kapkauskas. As they make their way through the sequence of hairpins and into the final couple of corners now to start a new lap. 1 minute 25 then on the clock, and have a look at the 88. Absolutely flying right now, already closing in onto the back of the two ahead. So Zimnikas making quick work up through the field. The question is, can he make the overtakes quickly as he closes in to the back of Pitkovas? And this is quickly becoming a train of karts in the battle for 3rd position, the final podium spot for heat number 1, our first heat of the day. Was that a change of positions as well for 6th? I'm not quite sure. It is the green kart that has made its way up into 6th place now. And I think that might be Vaitkute, who has gained a position. Again, apologies if I'm pronouncing any names wrong. I will get there eventually. But Emilis Kapkauskas holds on to 3rd place. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it is still Jokubas Vaskelis who leads the way, having put it on pole from qualifying. What a great camera shot that is. Cars getting super close to the camera as they make their way onto the start-finish straight. And that is indeed Saula Vaitkute, who has made their way up into 6th place. So they have overtaken Berntsons. And that is another move, a really good move up the inside from the 88. And following through is Saula as well. So great opportunistic driving from Saula Vaitkute to be able to follow through and gain another position. Pitkovas is now dropped down 2 positions, I believe. So it's Taras Zimnikas who is up into 4th now, having to challenge, I believe that is the 41 of Emilis Kapkauskas, who is still running in 3rd position. But for how much longer? Because we've got 2 laps remaining. That is quickly going to become 1 lap to go. We are on the final lap of the race. It's been a really good drive, this, from the 88 of Taras Zimnikas. Can he gain one more position on the last lap of the race? He is right on the rear end of the 41 and up the inside of Kapkauskas goes the 88 of Zimnikas, and following through is Saula as well. So Saula's just been following through this entire time. So Saula Vaitkute up into 4th place. Can Saula be the unexpected champion to take 3rd place in this fantastic Micro Max battle that we have had for 3rd position? Can we see the 41 come back? Indeed we can. Up the inside goes Emilis Kapkauskas, and back up into 3rd place. That has allowed, or back up into 4th place. That has allowed Kapkauskas to pull away, but it is this driver here. It is the 24 of Jokubas Vasquez who will take the checkered flag, will take the Micromax victory in heat number 1 of the day. In 2nd place will go Emilis Uazaitis, but 3rd place, what a drive that has been from the 88 of Taras Zimnikas to take 3rd ahead of Saula Vaitkute. A very good drive from Saula to take 4th. 5th place will go the way of, I believe that was, 5th place goes the way of Saula Vaitkute. It was Emilis Kapkauskas who reclaimed 4th place on the final lap of the race. Apologies there. 6th place goes the way of Oskaras Pitkovas, followed in 7th by Karlis Bernsen. Then 8th goes Remigius Kriausiunas, pardon me. 9th place goes Aras Pascalis Bagatirius. And then 10th is Leon Zarikov. And that completes our top 10. So it is Aras Pascalis who is our top place micro under 9. So a very good job to him as well. But that will bring an end to our first heat of the day. And a hectic heat as well, which means our next race, we will be moving on to our Rotax Max Minis. And in the mini championship, at the minute, it is Patrikas Josias who is leading the championship by just 57 points over Joris Zigimantis Stankevicius. And then in 3rd is Rodrigo Kakers with a total of 95 points separating the top 3 in the championship. And we'll see whether our mini maxes provide as much entertainment as our micro maxes did. As we see our micros pushing their carts back into the paddock. I'm sure they'll have a little bit of water waiting for them to get themselves back up to racing speed before heat number 2, and a chance as well for them to watch some of the other racing out on circuit. But the Rotax Max Minis will be taking to a circuit shortly. But a good opening heat to the day, and heat number 2 just a few moments away, and a little bit of calm out on circuit before the storm of the Minis take to track. A couple of overtakes then in that first race of the day, particularly that battle for P3 was absolutely stellar to witness. Seeing the likes of Saula Vaitkute trying to make their way up through the field, along with, see, I'm already forgetting names now, but it was the 44, I believe. Or it was the 48 of Oskaras Pitkovas who pulled off some really nice moves. That's it. It was the 88 of Taras Zimnikas who ended up coming 3rd. But there are our mini maxes who are ready to take out circuits, the 238 and the 205, who will be on the front row of the grid. I'm having a look at my entries and sorts. But it's the juniors, it's not the minis out first. It is the juniors who will be out first, and I think I said the 238, which is Tom Strel. let me just get up that information. So in the juniors, it is Mariusz Karskiauskas who is leading the championship, actually tied on points with Timofil Vladimirov. And, well, it's definitely not going to be tied in the championship after this opening heat. There is the 2:05 of Mariusz Mazinas, who will be leading the field off. And I'm just trying to see who that is lining up alongside. That looks to be the 2:38 of Tom Strel. So it is neither of our championship leaders on the front row of the grid, which I think is going to make things particularly entertaining. But round the final corner they go then, as we get ready to get this race underway, and away we go. It's a very good start from the inside of the grid already. A little bit of contact as they head into the first braking zone, which is down into turn 2 and then into the double right-hander of turn 3, and already an early move up the inside. That is the white helmet. That's the 287 of Timofey Vladimirov, our championship leader, who is trying to climb through the field like crazy, sends it up the inside into the left hairpin. Well, there's no surprise that he's the championship leader. He qualified a little bit down the order, I'm sure, by his lofty standards, but he's already gained a few places, up into second place. What a start this has been from young Timofey. Absolutely fantastic. It's a bit of a lead now at the front of the field. We'll see, though, whether that's Tom Strel down in third place. So who is leading the race? We'll see once they come over the line. I think it might be Mariusz Karskiauskas who leads the way. Sorry, Mariusz Mazinas, who is leading the field. But it is all about Timofey Vladimirov. What a start to the race has been, and defensive driving already from the 2-3 of Tom Strel, who is desperately trying to hold on to third. Defensive into the hairpin as well, as he gets pushed along by the 2-7, I believe, of Aloisas Sekavicius. But it's very clear that Tom does not have any plans of trying to catch up to the leading two. It's all about defending. And up the inside goes the 273, I believe, of Mariusz Karskiauskas, or Karskiauskas. As we continue to see Vladimirov charging up to close into Mariusz Mazinas, who now has a 1.1 second gap. Mariusz is absolutely flying at the front of the field. He's pulled over a second. This isn't a case of Timofey closing in. It's actually a case of Mariusz Mazinas pulling away at the front of the field. Well, our top 5 are starting to spread apart, and now Tom Strel has started to get into a bit of a rhythm, stopped defending quite as much, and isn't too worried anymore about Mariusz Karskiauskas. Karskiauskas closing in, and has actually started to stretch out maybe a kart length also to Karskiauskas as they head through the final chicane and on to the start-finish straight once more. Let's see what that gap at the front is. It is extended to 1.4 seconds. So Mariusz Mazinas doing a very, very good job at the moment. And I just want to have a look at where Mazinas is in the championship. So he's actually in 7th place in the championship, but hasn't done that many rounds in the championship so far. Just 2 rounds, and actually won the last round of the championship, and won in the final as well. So Mazinas is no slouch, and is very quick. Not high up in the championship simply because they haven't done all of the rounds of the season so far. But Mazinas showing that they are one of, if not the quickest driver out on circuit at the moment. The gap is up to 1.4 seconds. Let's see what the gap is this time over the line. It's 1.6, so another 1.5 tenths has been gained. And we're starting to have a battle forming, and that is the 238 of Tom Strel, who is having to defend once again from the 273 and the 227. The 273 is Mariusz Karskiauskas, and then the 227 of Aloisas Sekavicius. And Sekavicius having a little sniff up the inside, but does have to settle in as they go through the long sweeping right-hander and then into the tightening left hairpin. And that has just allowed Tom Strel just to pull away. The top two are gone, but just like we saw in the Micromaxes in heat number 1, it's all about the battle for third place. We've still got nearly 4 minutes of racing to go as well. So we have time to see changes for the podium, the final podium spot. Strel has just started to eke out a little gap. 4 tenths clear now of Kartziauskas with the 277. That is the green car with the yellow and orange helmet of Fernando Palmer, the Estonian driver, in the 277. Right behind the 273 of Marius Kartziauskas. He is racing for lenktynės. Apologies if I'm saying that wrong. But through the final corner they go once more, and the time is ticking down, but the gap is opening, and it is opening up massively for Tom Strel in third place, because right now it's a 273 of Marius Kartziauskas, who is being forced to defend for fourth place. So Tom Strel might have just been able to check out in third position, but the battle is starting to heat up for fourth, and is at the 227, having a little look up the inside. Aloysius Sefcovic searching for a way through, a little look over the shoulder for Fernando Palmer. He can't find a way through, can the Estonian driver. Well, pardon me, he can hold on to the position, can the Estonian driver. I was actually speaking to one of my Estonian friends the other day. I was really excited, telling him, look, there's loads of Estonian drivers racing and I'm going to be commentating on them. And he was very excited as well. He's a sim racer. I don't know if he's any good in a go-kart. He's probably all right in a car, actually, but these guys absolutely flying along. And wow, what a gap. We haven't had to speak about Marius Mazinas for a while, but the 205, 2.6 seconds clear at the front of the field. He has absolutely been showboating in this race and not had a single worry. And, well, the field has started to spread out a lot. We saw quite a few overtakes on that opening lap of the race, and since then, everything has stayed relatively the same. No big changes. We've seen a little bit of defending, but there haven't been any audacious overtakes. And it was particularly good defending from Tom Strel in third, but once he held off the charging duo behind him, he has been able to get his head back down, and actually Tom Strel has been closing in onto Timofey Vladimirov, so he's been doing a very, very good job of actually reeling in second place. And you have to think, maybe if Tom Strel wasn't defending so hard at the start of the race, which I think he was very sensible to do, that he didn't have to defend, maybe he could have really taken a challenge to Vladimirov, because that gap is visibly closing. It was, I think, nearly 1.5 seconds, 3 or 4 laps into this race. It is now down to just a 9/10 of a second. But our leader, Marius Mazinas, is making his way around the final corner. I don't think we're going to get one more lap. We're going to get 2 more laps, because there's 5 seconds as our leaders cross the line. And, well, Tom Strel has brought the gap down to 0.6 of a second. He is really charging up through the field. And I don't quite know how much tyre degradation is a factor in the Rotax Max Challenge. I know in some series you do have to be a little bit mindful of your tyres. I don't know if that's the case for the Rotaxes, but if it is, maybe Tom Strel has just managed those tyres really well, because he is in a rhythm and a half, and he is closing into the championship leader of Timofey Vladimirov, and he is right onto the back of Vladimirov now. This is absolutely fantastic driving from Tom Strel, and he is closing in to the Latvian driver at an incredible rate. We are going to have a 1 lap remaining as we round corner 15 and start the final lap of the race. Are there enough corners remaining for our driver in third position, Tom Strel, to make a move for the lead of Vladimirov? Well, the gap is down to just 0.2 of a second. And Tom Strel, can he make this one work? In the white and red suit, Tom Strel, Vladimirov in the white helmet with a blue salute. The 287, the championship leader, he's ahead of Kartziauskas, which is important for him in the championship. And this second place would give him a lot of extra points over Kartziauskas, who is down in fourth position, just 2 places behind Vladimirov. But they're heading through the final sequence of corners, and it will be Majas Mazinas who takes the checkered flag, wins a junior race number 1. But in second place, Vladimirov will hold on to the position ahead of a fast-charging Tom Strel. And in fourth place will go the way of Marius Kartziauskas. So a very exciting race in the final stages of the race. Fernando Paimr, the Estonian driver, will take 5th place ahead of Aloisas Sekavicius. Then Nemunas Volbekas in 7th ahead of Dovidas Rashis. Then Oskaras Guoga and Jonas Janusaukas in 10th position. And those are our top 10 in the Rotax Max Juniors. I'm just seeing, was that a replay of the start? It was indeed. I didn't know we had replays. That is cool. And that was a very good move up the inside from the 273, the joint championship leader of Marius Kartziauskas. And then he tried to go up the inside of the 238 as well, Tom Strel. But critically, Tom Strel was able to defend. But unfortunately for young Toms, he wasn't quite able to make the move for second place. But there is no doubt whatsoever that Tom Strel has a lot of pace. And I'm very excited to see what he can do in race number 2, or heat number 2 for our juniors. But before that, we've got another heat coming up, which I think, judging by the carts that I caught a glimpse of in the paddock, I think that is the Rotax Max Minis, if I'm not mistaken. So I think there was a swap, because the itinerary that I was sent had minis going out before the juniors, but we've had juniors out second. So I think it will probably be minis out next, which is Patrikas Josias, who is leading the championship ahead of Joris Gigamantas Stankevicius, who is in second place in the championship. And then it is Rodrigo Kakers, I believe the Latvian driver, who is in third place in the championship, with 95 points separating our top 3. Just want to have a look at how that championship has actually panned out over the season so far. Patrikas won the opening round, actually won both heats, won the final as well. So it was a clean sweep for Patrikas. However, the last final was actually won by Joris. So Joris pulling himself back up in the championship. And actually, Patrikas hasn't had a good last set of heats and finals. So a little bit of stumbling for Patrikas after a very good start to the championship. We'll see, though, whether he can get back to winning ways. Came second in the final, so it wasn't, it wasn't awful. He had a second in one heat, third in another heat, and then second in the final. So all good results for Patrikas. It was more the round before that where it was just a little bit sketchy. 36 points in one of the finals, which I think actually was second. So I think a different point scoring system for that particular race, or that particular round. I think instead of heats, it was semi-finals followed by a finals, which has thrown me off a little bit. But Patrikas still leading the championship, and with a good championship lead as well of 57 points. We'll see, though, whether Joris can close in that championship deficit. But 2 good races so far today. I think, though, I have personally preferred the Micromax races. That was very exciting. Some very good overtakes being thrown, particularly towards the end of the race in that battle for third. The juniors was really good, but I think we just lacked that last lap overtake. However, with that being said, I believe those are our mini-maxes taking to the circuit. Definitely not seniors, it is indeed the minis. We've got that up on the top of our screen for confirmation. And I just want to have a quick check as well as to who is leading the field at the moment, just so I can gain my bearings on the two drivers who will be on the front row of the grid. I can almost see their numbers, but they're a little bit too far away. Aha, there we go. It is the 124. Thank you very much, camera operators. That is Jokubas Vaskelis, who will be lining up on the front row of the grid. And then alongside is the 125 of Patrikas Josias. And we've already got a driver off, so I doubt they've made a mistake on the rolling lap. I have a feeling that they've had a kart mechanical. So I think, is our race start going to be delayed? Potentially. But it is far enough off circuit that I think we're going to get racing nonetheless. The 124 and the 125 on the front row of the grid. Jokubas and Patrikas will lead us away for heat number 3 of the day. Minimax heat number 1 is not a good start from the outside of the grid. So the driver who started in second has dropped, I think, back down to 4th position. However, with that being said, I believe it is still Jokubas who is leading the field as they head through the hairpins. I think a couple of GoPros are mounted onto the radiators from a lot of our drivers. And there is the 124 of Jokubas Vaskelis, who leads the field away as we come towards the final couple of corners of the opening lap. And he stretched out a nice little lead as well. Just trying to make out who that is in second place with the blue suit and the white helmet as they round the final corner to start lap number 2. 5 minutes on the clock, and we've got two cars going side by side nearly. Is that going to be a send up the inside? It's going to have to back out of it. It's our championship leader, Patrikas Josias. Well, he went for the move on the 141 of Jonas Pundis, but had to back out of it. But he's got to go for it this time, up the inside into the hairpin. Pulls off the move as well. Is there going to be any way back for Pundis? But no, he's going to have to settle down. So the 125 then of Patrikas Josias, who got caught napping a little bit on the race start, I think. Starting from the outside, got eaten alive a little bit with 2-3 cars just sending it up his inside into the opening sequence of corners. Now has to fight back, now has to show his mettle from 4th place after the opening lap was brought to a close. He's now up into a 3rd position, and up ahead of it is that Domas. I think that might be Domas Karalevicius, who is in 3rd. 7th in the championship, though. And now that's a move going up the inside from the 103. Sorry, that's a 123 of Ralph Rakaitis. And they're still side by side as the 103. Tries to hang it around the outside. No, goes for the switchback. Great battling between the two teammates. Need to be careful not to take each other out. But they're still nose to tail. Sorry, it's a 193 and the 112. So that is Tautvidas Dagis and the 123 of Ralph Rakaitis. Sorry, the 112 of Normantas Arvasevicius, pardon me. There we go. Got there in the end. I swear, all of the numbers look exactly the same from watching this on the camera angle, especially when it is the mix of orange on the background. And they've had a fair bit of rubbing on their side pods, so there's a lot of tyre markings there as well. But have a look at the battle for 3rd place, because Patrikas Josias has closed on in to 2nd and is searching for a way through. He started this race in 2nd, dropped down to 4th at the end of the opening lap, but is quickly making his way back up to the front of the field. Jokubas Vaskelis, though, is not really wasting any time in stretching out a 1-second lead at the front of the field. However, Josias is now right on the back. He's going to look to the outside. He's going to go for the switchback. We've seen him go for a move here before. This time, he pulls it off into turn number 2, and there won't be any way back for the driver in third place, which, again, just trying to see that number plate, I think it's 133 of Laurinas Karalevicius. So Laurinas drops down into third position, and has a big gap as well to fourth and fifth. But now that we are seeing Patrikas into some clearer, we'll see whether he can close in on to Jokubas. Because it is Vasquez who is leading. So the gap was 1.4 seconds at the start of the last lap. But let's not forget as well that Patrikas did have to make an overtake on that last lap. So that might have cost him, and indeed it has. So he's lost about 4/10. So the gap is 1.8 seconds. We'll keep an eye and see whether that gap does decrease. I don't think there's going to be any real way here for Josias to be able to really fight for the win, but he can gain a little bit of confidence. If he can bring that gap down, that's something that he can look at the end of the race and tell himself, right, I have got the pace over Vasquez, so for race number 2, I can really take the fight. And that confidence booster can be absolutely massive as a driver, particularly a young driver, as we see the 141 of Jonas Pundis, the Lithuanian driver, currently running in 4th place ahead of the 199 of Joris Stankevicius for MG Motorsport in the green and black Minimax. 30 seconds on the clock, so the gap was 1.8 seconds. What is it this time around? It's 1.85, so a little bit quicker from Jokubas Vasquez, but not massively. So 199 is really searching for a way through. Joris Stankevicius is right on the tail of the 141 of Jonas Pundis, but will he be able to find a way through? This is the battle for 4th place as well. Jonas Pundis is currently 4th in the championship and 4th on the road as well. And the 199 of Joris Stankevicius is 2nd place in the championship. So this is not a good round for Joris at the moment. He's going to be falling much further behind Patrikas, who, despite Patrikas only being in 2nd place, will take some significant championship points, which is huge for the standings. So that's exactly what Patrikas needs to do. Around the final corner then. Also, you know what? Fair play to the 133 of Laurinas Karalevicius, really sticking with Josias and not letting Josias pull away. The gap is now 1.9 seconds at the front of the field. So Vasquez definitely has the pace advantage, not by a huge amount, but about 1 to 2 tenths a lap over Josias. We are, though, on to the final lap of the race, and I think 2nd place in the championship of Joris Stankevicius is too far behind the 141 of Jonas Pundis to be able to go for a last lap move. They're heading into the final sequence of corners, and, well, it's been a perfect race for Jokubas Vasquez. He hasn't had to do anything. He started it on pole. Fantastic rolling start from Jokubas, and, well, he has controlled the race from there. Your race winner, Jokubas Vasquez, in the Rotax Minimax, takes the checkered flag 2 seconds ahead of Patrikas Josias, and then in 3rd position is the 133 of Laurinas Karalevicius, who was in 2nd for a fair portion of the race, but in the end it was the championship leader of Patrikas Josias who took the 2nd place honours. 4th place goes away of Jonas Pundis. 5th place goes to Joris Shigamantas Stankevicius. Then 6th place goes to Tautvidas Dagis. 7th, Normantas Arvasevicius. 8th place goes to Sarunas Armanavicius. Then 9th goes to Emilia Karalevicius. And 10th goes to Laurinas Karalevicius. And I know Karalevicius is a common name in Lithuania, so I don't know if there is any relation. Here is that race start, and there you can see on the outside, Patrikas Josias just had nowhere to go, could not get over to the inside, but did make his way back up through the field. A great move up the inside of Jonas Pundis, and then another really good move. That one was the battle between the 2 red and white carts. And that was a 193 and the 112, who had an absolutely fantastic battle, really squabbly. Definitely the best battle I think we've seen today between 2 drivers, and then this was a lovely, lovely switch back from your championship leader, Patrikas Josias, up the inside into turn number 2. But your race winner, and a fantastic drive as well from Jokubas Vaskelis, the British-Lithuanian driver. Takes a very, very good win. Our next race, though, is going to be our seniors, which I believe is drivers from the age of 14 and over. So technically, there are still some juniors in there. So any driver, I believe, who is turning 14 this year is able to race in the senior championship. And then we've got the senior masters as well, which is for drivers who are, I believe, having their 32nd birthday this season, if I remember the rules and regs correctly. All running, though, on the same carts, if I'm not mistaken. Although there is probably going to be different weight limits if you're running in the senior masters compared to just in the seniors, I doubt. 33-year-olds weigh the same as 16-year-olds. No offense intended. But as someone who was a junior and is now a senior, I feel the pain of having to battle against juniors who are running about 10, 20 kilos lighter than I am. So let's have a look then at our senior championship, shall we? It is Henrikas Klepikas who is leading the championship by just 37 points over Linas Volungevicius. And then in third place is Nojas Gerulaitis. And then we have Hubertas Budvitis, and that is 93 points between our top 4. So this is the closest championship that we actually have for the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, at least the closest championship that we have covered so far today. And I think our seniors are about to be taking out on to circuit in just a minute or two. It is an 8-minute race, so longer than what we saw for our minis and micros, but the same length as the juniors. The only race that is longer is going to be the DD2 race, which is 10 minutes long for the heat, and the baby race as well, but we just have one baby race. So it's one qualifying session, one race. Otherwise, I have a feeling their necks would get very tired. Quite often you do see in big races, especially at physical circuits in these Rotaxes, drivers' necks just starting to fall off a little bit. And it's not pleasant as a driver. It is sometimes a little bit entertaining to see. I know I've always had a little laugh when my teammates have their neck go at a circuit, and you just see their necks just hanging off in one direction completely as they desperately try to stare at an apex, and we wouldn't want that for the baby category. But the seniors are out on to circuit, and we should be able to have a little look at who is lining up on the front row of the grid. Once they make their way out of the back hairpin, and that is turn number 7. And then you come into this fast sweeping left, into a fast right, and then you have to really break it down into the start of the tightening complex of turn 10. It is the 3-2-1 who is lining up on Paul Henrikas Klepikas, your championship leader, exactly where you'd expect him to be after qualifying. Now, we did see in the previous race, the outside of the grid did not get a very good start. Let's see how Klepikas gets away from the inside of the circuit. Haven't quite been able to check who is starting this race from second place, but Klepikas has gone and he's caught the outside of the grid, absolutely napping. Is that the 3:04, I believe, of Linas Volungevicius, who started in second and I think has dropped down to about 4th place. So an excellent start from Henrikas Klepikas to not only maintain the lead, but get his nearest championship rival to fall as far back as he could really hope for. A little battle, a bit of contact as well between our two seniors heading through the hairpin of turn 7 on to the back straight as we head through the fast sweeping left into the fast sweeping right and then slow it right down into the complex. So there is your race and championship leader of Henrikas Klepikas as they head through the final couple of corners to complete the opening lap of the race. And who is that at the back of this train of cars? That's the 333. I don't know if that's a bit of a Max Verstappen number reference. Arlandas Aladevicius. A little bit of contact heading into our sequence of hairpins, but Henrikas is not looking behind him. He's got his head down. He's already pulled a good few kart lengths clear at the front of the field. And who is that in second position? I think that is Laurinas Jadika. So Laurinas, who is a little bit further down in the championship. Actually, where is Laurinas in the championship? I don't know. They're not actually popping up on my second screen where I've got the championship standing. So maybe this is a first-time entry for Laurinas, potentially, in the Senior Hobby Championship. Well, I might be taking it as a hobby, but doing very well against the seniors, as up the inside goes the 304. So a good move that from Linas Volungevicius. So Linas, who started this race in second, dropped down on the opening lap, now back up into second place. This is why I sometimes say it's better, it's more advantageous to start in third than it is in second, because you can't get caught out as easily at the start of the race. But 9/10 behind your race leader of Henrikas Klepikas. And just like we did in the previous race, we'll keep an eye on that gap between the top two to see whether it comes down or not. And that is an audacious attempt from the 363 of Noyes Gerulaitis, who is third place in the championship. Can't find a way through that time round. 1.2 seconds is the gap between your top two. And we'll see how that gap changes over the next few laps. There is the 335 and the 333. The 335, who we haven't spoken about yet in this race, is Edvardas Funka, privateer driver. So a little changing of the carburetor, I believe, from the 363, which is Noyes Gerulaitis, who's trying to catch the senior hobby car of Laurinas Zadeka. So 1.8 seconds. The gap is now down to 1.5 seconds. So a good lap coming in and a good send up the inside. That is the 302 of Hubertas Budvitis. So an excellent move from Hubertas to gain a position now up into 8th place, and 2 seconds behind the driver in 7th, which is the 377 of Gustas Stasiulevicius. But that gap at the front, 1.5 seconds. It was 1.8 seconds. Will it come down further? Linas Volungevicius in second, trying to bring that gap down. There is still plenty of time left, so if we do see a mistake from Henrikas, then there will be an opportunity. But the gap's back up to 1.79 seconds, and the gap is extending up at the front of the field. There aren't any mistakes from Henrikas Klepikas, and a very good drive from him. All of the gaps are really starting to extend. However, with that being said, I think we might potentially be seeing Hubertas Budvitis making another overtake as he is closing in onto the 377 of Gustas Stasiulevicius. Just for a second, I thought I saw a kart spun in the background, but it's just seeing a kart on the other side of the circuit. And this race has now quietened down. We round the final couple of corners to start a new lap with just under 3 minutes remaining in this race. Again, I'm going to try to keep my eyes on Hubertas, who's currently in 8th place. And Hubertas is now up in his 7th place. So I did say he was closing in onto the 377 of Gustas Stasiulevicius. And Hubertas, who is 4th in the championship, trying to limit some of the damage to his championship. And there is Hubertas in the 377. Sorry, pardon me. That is the 377 of Gustas, who has actually dropped back a bit. So I think when Hubertas overtook the 377 of Gustas, I think Gustas must have lost a lot of time. And there is Hubertas in the blue and red suit with a black helmet just at the front of this three-cart train. Less than 2 minutes remaining in the back end, really stepping out for the 3:04 of Linas Volungevicius. Pushing as hard as he can, but the gap is 2.5 seconds. He can push as hard as he wants, but he is not catching Henrikas because Henrikas is on a mission. Not on a mission to catch anyone, just on a mission to pull away from the field and stamp his authority on this race. Unfortunately for Budvytis in 7th position, he is 1.4 seconds behind the 333 of Arlandas Aladavicius. We'll see though whether he can bring that gap down. There's only 3/10 between Aladavicius and the 335 of Edvardas Funka. So potentially if those two start battling, that might give an opportunity to Budvytis to close into this battle. Speaking of that battle, there it is. The 309 and the 363. Sorry, this is a battle for 3rd place. The 309 is Laurinas Jadika. And the 363 is Noyes Gerulaitis. Well, I was going to say just under 2 laps to go, but it's exactly 2 laps to go because Henrikas Klepikas has crossed the line to start the penultimate lap of the race, and he has extended his gap to nearly 3 seconds. Klepikas with an absolutely stellar drive. Absolutely stellar. There is no doubt as to how quick he is out on circuit. A warm welcome to anyone watching on the YouTube chat as well as our drivers, families, friends who are watching at the circuit itself. Feel free to drop any messages. If you've got any tips for how to pronounce names, do let me know. I have been given some very helpful tips from production and from Marty as well. I think I'm slowly getting there. I think some of the names are, and then some of them I'm getting completely wrong. But the gap is now 3 seconds at the start. It's a bit of a mistake. Wide goes the 309. That's going to open the door. And up the inside goes the 363 of Noyes Gerulaitis. And Noyes up into 3rd position to a mistake on the final lap of the race. Oh dear, that is not exactly what Laurinas Zadika needed. Will there be any way back through on this final lap of the race? I don't think so. I think that might be the nail in the coffin. But either way, up at the front of the field, Henrikas Klepikas rounds the final corner and will take the checkered flag with a dominant victory. The most dominant race win of the day by 3 seconds from Linas Volungevicius in 2nd place. And it was a late overtake for 3rd position from the 363 of Noyes Gerulaitis. And, well, Noyes opportunistic, one small mistake from what was otherwise a fantastic drive from Laurinas Zadika. And, well, still, Zadika is the best senior hobby placed driver. Edvardas Funka in 5th, then Arlandas Aladavicius in 6th, Hubertas Budvytis in 7th. Hubertas was climbing up through the field, but couldn't get any higher than 7th. Gustas Stasiu Levici in 8th, then Armandas Sakilis and Julius Dagis completes the top 10. Sorry, it's Gustas Stasiulevicius. There we go. And there is the race start. And again, that outside of the circuit just being caught off. It's so hard when you're starting on the outside of the track, but Linas did not hesitate to go back up the inside into turn 2 and reclaim 2nd position. And that was a really nice overtake going up the inside from the 302. And there was that little mistake from the 309. There was one opportunity for the 363 of Neues Gerolaitis to go up the inside of Larinas Jadika, and they took that opportunity instantly. Exactly what they needed. But Henrikas Klepikas, what a drive. Absolutely fantastic. So our next race, I believe, is going to be the DD2 Championship, which, for those who don't know, is a gearbox. Well, I say gearbox. It's a two-speed kart, or two-speed Rotax kart. So there are gears. And actually, interestingly, there is no chain on those karts. So no stretch chains for those people who have done much owner karting watching in the comments. You'll know about how when you slide the kart around, sometimes the chain likes to extend, and then you've got to get new chains and all of that. Well, with this championship, there's none of that to worry about. But leading in the DD2 Championship is Maxim Shkurko, and in second is Edgars Vilkans. There is only 13 points between them, and then a further 13 points back is Tomas Rudokas. So very, very close in the championship between these three. However, with that being said, Maxim would be much farther ahead in the championship, but something happened in round 2 where he didn't score any points in the final. So I'm not sure if there was a disqualification or he couldn't make the race, but Maxim could have been a lot further ahead if it wasn't for that. I'm just trying to check if all of our top 3 have won a final. No, it's just the top 2 in the championship who have won finals. There have been a couple of second place finishes in the finals for Tomas Rudokas. And just going to have a look then at our kart starting at the front of the field. It's the 426 and the 471. So the 471 is Edgars Vilkans, who will be starting on pole. And the 426 is Tomas Rudokas. So Maxim is not actually on the front row of the grid. Maxim is starting this race in 3rd position. Now, we have talked about how the inside is better than the outside. So there is a high chance here that we'll be seeing Maxim in 2nd place coming out of the first corner. Now, also annoyingly, all of the karts have very similar livery, if not exactly the same livery, which means it's going to be even harder for me to figure out who is who out on circuit. But we'll give it our best shot. This is why we like the 426 of Tomas Rudokas, because with his plain white helmet, he actually sticks out compared to everyone else with their custom livery. So the custom liveries haven't helped the drivers stand out in this race. It's the plain white livery of Tomas Rudokas who sticks out at the moment. Well, out onto circuit we go. It's going to be a 10-minute opening heat, plus 1 lap as well. And I am very excited to see, pardon me, I'm very excited to see these karts take to the circuit. It is the closest championship that we have, even closer than the seniors were. And I do still think my favourite battle, was it the seniors or was it the micros? It was one of those two. This GD2 race is going to be a good one. One of our final opening heats then of the day. We're going to have after this, our Nano semi-final and our babies, followed by heading into our second heats. We'll be starting that one off with the micros. But on the front row of the grid, Edgars Vilkans and Tomas Rudokas, who will get the best of starts. I'm expecting to see Maxim Shkurko in 2nd place on the start, and it is a good start from the outside of the circuit. Never mind, no one's caught napping. However, unfortunately though, for Tomas Rudokas, he does drop down to 3rd, and it is Maxim Shkurko who has made their way up into 2nd place, kind of as we expected from the start of this race. And well, we knew what to expect from the opening couple of corners. We didn't know what to expect from the rest of the race. And Maxim Shkurko is all over the back of Edgars Vilkans, already searching for a way through. But I doubt there's going to be any opportunities through the twisty part of the circuit, the final sector. It's all about setting yourself up so that when you come out of these corners, the final corner, you've got a great run on to the start-finish straight. But there a little bit of a gap between our top three, top of four carts. And as they make their way on to the start-finish straight, and through turn one, no changes for positions. Shurko up into second place, and it is Rotax down to third. Fourth place is the 433 of Martinas Tankevicius. But he has dropped a little bit back from the leading three. And then in fifth place, we've got the Estonian driver of Pritsei. But it's a nice gap being pulled up at the front by the Latvian driver of Edgars Vilkans, as they head through that final sequence of corners once more. Vilkans is really stretching out a gap over the championship leader. This is really big for Vilkans in the championship. Really, really big, because that gap was only 13 points coming into this round. And after this heat, it is going to be dropping to about 7 points. And, well, Vilkans will be in a position to take the championship lead coming out of the next heat. Well, definitely come the end of the finals. Maxime Shurko, though, coming under a little bit of pressure from the 426. Is that a little mistake? Maybe a bit too much curve, just unsettled the rear end of the kart. And I tell you what, the 426 of Thomas Rotax is definitely searching for a way through. Seems to be much later on the brakes going into that penultimate corner, and is able to hold it a little bit tighter, which opens up that final corner a little bit more. 8 tenths separating the top three, coming over the line as they go through turns 2 and 3 into the hairpins now of turns 4, 5, 6 and 7. It's just one hairpin after another. It really puts a lot of G-forces onto the drivers in next, and a little change there of the carburetor from the 426 of Thomas Rotax, sitting right behind Maxime Shurko. All the while, Edgars Vilkans pulls away up at the front of the field. You can see the little lean that Maxime Shurko is already getting as he tries to get his body fully over the outside rear tyre. That helps get the rear tyre just planted. It allows the inside tyre to lift off the ground, and that's what helps these parts rotate on a solid rear axle. You've got no differential to allow the tyres to turn at different rates. So the way that a car essentially turns is by getting one side of the car to lift off the ground, so the two wheels don't have to turn at the same rate anymore. There's your little bit of a karting technical knowledge coming in, and you'll get no more for the rest of the broadcast from me, unless it rains, and then I'll start giving you my interesting rain fact. 6 minutes to go, though, in this race for our DD2 heat number 1, and it is Edgars Vilkans who leads. The Latvian driver absolutely flying, not pulling by a huge amount from the duo behind him, but he is slowly eking out the advantage, and that's all you need to do. Consistently put those lap-ins one after another, and the sound of these karts is absolutely gorgeous. 5 minutes of 40 then on the clock, and, well, Thomas Rotax just has to sit behind, and I have a feeling that this is a case, just like we saw in the seniors, that the only way you're going to get through Thomas is if Shurko makes a mistake. And at the moment, that's not looking likely. But as we saw in the seniors, last lap mistakes do happen, especially when you get tired going into a 10-minute race. You can just start to make those mistakes. The concentration can start to waver. But we're into the back end of the circuit now, into the tight and twisty technical sector, where it's all about getting onto those curves just the right amount and making those tiny adjustments. As once again they head into that final corner, we get that beautiful camera shot. It's my favorite camera shot of the circuit. 100%. You get the karts so close to the camera as well. But through turns 1, 2 and 3 they go, and back into the hairpins once more. So from 4 to 7 are all hairpins, and then it leads onto the back straight before you get your fast sweeping left hand into the fast right hander of 8 to 9, and then you got the tight hairpin of turn number 10. 1 second up at the front of the field. Edgars Vilkans leads the way, but it is all about this battle for second place. Thomas Rotax, call him Mr. Patient, because he has been sitting behind Maxim Shurkov for so long. He started this race in second position, but on the outside of the circuit, he was easy pickings for Shurkov into turn one. So from second to third through the opening two corners went Rotax. But can he find a way back through? And all he can do for now is sit behind Shurkov. The way things look, he does have the pace over Maxim Shurkov, but he can't find a way through. And that is the issue at the moment. And you know what? I'm going to do something that I've never done in a karting broadcast before. I'm going to praise Maxim Shurkov, not for driving well, but look at his body. His body just stays perfectly straight. He's got the greatest karting posture I've ever seen. His body will move, it'll lean, but the body itself stays so straight, it almost looks like I'm watching sim racing, and I'm watching like an AI driver just moving in the car. It's poetic. It's, I'm trying to think, it's so professional and meticulous from Maxim Shurkov. And I mean, just have a look at how his body leans through every corner. It's his shoulders, they move slightly, but the body just stays bang on straight. There's no leaning on the upper body at all. The entire body will lean into the outside of the seat, depending on which kind of corner he is going through. But the gap is 1.2 seconds at the front of the field, 2/10 between second and third place, and then it is a big gap, 2 seconds back to the 4.33 of Martinas Stankovičius, who might be coming under a little bit of... oh, pardon me, actually, he's not coming under pressure. It's actually Pritse, who is in 5th position, who might be coming under pressure from the 5.77 of Mikolas Mazinas. And you can just see them in the background of your shot. There's about 1.3 seconds separating those three drivers. And again, another warm welcome to everyone tuning in on YouTube or to those at the circuit. Let us know in the chat, you know, who you're here to support, whether you're at the circuit as well. We would love to hear from you. This race has quieted down a little bit. Again, Thomas Rotax just sitting patiently behind Maxim Shurkov as we head into turns 14 and 15, this 15-corner circuit. And this circuit just has a mix of everything. I'd love to give this circuit a drive because you've got some really fast-flowing corners and then you've got some super tight corners. It seems to be the kind of ultimate mix. Unfortunately, though, for these for the DD2 drivers, it does look like it's a little bit tricky for them to overtake. You've got that one long straight, and I don't think the straight coming out of this corner, turn 7, is long enough for Thomas to really have a drive to go up the inside into the flowing, the sweeping S's of turns 8 and 9. And Rotax just has to sit behind. You can see how much curb they're taking through that right hairpin, fully getting their wheel over the curb. It just helps the kart to get pulled around and stay tight to the apex as well. 2 laps remaining then in this race. 1.2 seconds at the front of the field. There is not much to separate these two drivers, but Edgar Svilkans, the Latvian driver, did everything he needed to in the opening few laps to pull that gap to Maxim Shurkov. And now I just wonder whether he's just managing the pace a little bit. Although knowing karters, I don't think there is ever any managing the pace. It's always to give it absolutely everything you've got. But Vilkans has been holding this gap quite steadily over the last few minutes. And Maxim Shurkov hasn't had to do any defending from Thomas Rotax yet. Through the final corner, and we will be starting the final lap of the race. Edgar Svilkans, he has not had to do anything more than what he has done. He put it on pole, and he has led from start to this final lap. And Maxim Shurkov just has about 13 corners remaining to take second place. And this will be really good for Edgar Svilkans in the championship because he's ahead of both of his championship rivals. That tends to happen when you win a race. Out of turn 7, a little bit wider from Rotax. as we head in to the fast left-hander, into this right-hander, and then you've got to keep the cart nice and tight so you're set up for this tightening left hairpin. And this is where the drivers really have to get over all of that curve. But there's going to be no way through now, no changes of position, surely not from here. Rounding the final corner then comes Edgar Vilkans. Fantastic drive from Vilkans. He'll take the win by a second, over a second, 4,000ths over a second from our second place finisher, which is the 4:35 of Maxim Shurko. And then in third place comes Thomas Rudekas. Started the race in second, finishes in third, but don't forget it's Rudekas now. He'll have the advantage of the inside for the next race, and maybe he'll be able to jump ahead of Vilkans in race number 2. Martinas Tankevicius in fourth place, ahead of Pritse in fifth. Pritse, the highest placed DD2 Masters driver, ahead of Mikolas Mazinas. Then comes Martinas Balshunas, followed by our DD2 hobby drivers of Marius Nauburaitis and Matas Tamushiunas. Then in 10th is Lucas Leonavicius and Paulius Latakavas. 2 more DD2 Masters drivers who are our drivers between the ages of, Masters drivers are 31 and older. And then the DD2 drivers can be anything from the ages of 14 and above, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed, ages 14 and above, or I believe that means that they're turning 15 this year. So you couldn't be 14 and turning 15 next year to race in DD2. You'd have to be in the other one. So we're going to be moving into our next race, which is going to be the Nanos, I believe. Now, I was trying to search for the regulations on Nanos, but I was actually quite struggling to find them. So I believe these are micro carts. Under 9s, if I'm not mistaken. We'll just wait for our drivers to take out on to circuit. It's our penultimate opening heat. So we've got our Nano semi-finals, and then we'll have our baby race. It's our one and only baby race, and for our Nanos, with it being the semi-final, it's one of 2 races. The other series get 2 heats, followed by a final, so we could technically call it quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then finals. Just trying to double check. When was the race meant to start? Oh, in 2 minutes time. So we've got a few minutes. Now, let's have a look. So it is indeed the micro carts for Nanos. Your championship leader is Jokubas Juozaitis. And in second is Timas Dranseka, followed by Vilius Tauras Bakutis. And 106 points between the top 3 drivers. Sorry, 106 points actually. 47 points between the top 2. I want to have a look. How many race winners do we have in this championship? So Jokubas and Timas have both won races. They actually traded race wins on the opening round of the season. What else do we have? So Vilius has not won a race this season so far. So we'll see whether Vilius can get his debut race win. I'm sure he'd be very excited to be able to pull that off. However, the last couple of rounds have been dominated by Jokubas, who has won. I'm just going to count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has won every single race this season, has Jokubas, with the exception of the first race, which was won by Timas. So, Jokubas is, well, kind of dominating, you could say. Will he continue that domination today? That is the question that we will find out. And to be fair to Timas, he's pretty much come second every single round this season, with the exception of 1 or 2 rounds where he's finished third. And I believe he's finished third in those occasions. Actually, not behind Villiers, behind Danilas Stonis. Danilas, who is 4th in the championship at the moment. Just 15 points behind Villiers Tauras Bakutis as well. So not that far behind. But to the circuit then go our drivers, and let's find out who is starting where. Once I can see their numbers anyway, I'm going to presume that Jokobas is on pole. Is that the number 16 car? It is indeed. Oh, that is a nice car. I love the livery of that. It almost looks like a kind of Marvel kart. However, in second place is the number 12 of Timas Dranseca. And in third place is the 96 of Danilas Stonis, followed by the 55, who is making their debut appearance in the championship as well. That is Timas Rimas. However, we've seen the outside of the circuit get bad starts before. How will it pan out in this first Nano race of the day? The Nano semi-finals. Jokobas Juozaitis and Timas Dranseca on the front row of the grid. Can Timas stay alongside Jokobas, or will he drop down? There's a little bit of bumping going on as Jokobas brings the pace right down for this rolling start. Around the final corner then, it's a short heat. It's only 5 minutes, but we're going to get 5 minutes of a lot of action. Jokobas, has he pulled the pin? He has. He's actually pulled it quite late. And Timas, is he going to be able to cover off the inside? No, he won't. So Timas drops down into a third position, which is going to allow Danilas Stonis through. But Timas goes back up the inside into the hairpin and is... Oh, actually, hang on. Are we still on a rolling start? We are. Okay, never mind. We've got 2 laps of a rolling start. There was a false start, I believe. So I think we did start the race, but then the false start came out, or there was the yellow flag, and we are going to go back round again. So, no, that wasn't what I thought would have been one of the greatest moves from Timas Dranseca, which was to go from third up to first in a couple of corners, which would have been very exciting. But we've got another rolling lap. So maybe Jokobas went a little bit too late on the start, maybe a bit too early. The field was very spread apart. I know, at least in the UK anyway, when we have a rolling start, if the field spreads a little bit too much, sometimes the race organisers say, no, you guys are doing that one again. So 6-minute heat. Again, it will still be Jokobas on the front row of the grid. Timas Dranseca in second. And then the 96 and 55 of Danilas Stonis and the 55 of Timas Rimas. Let's not forget Rimas in the white helmet and the red and white Birol ART kart is making their maiden appearance in the championship. They've not raced in a previous round. At least that's what I can see on my championship standings. So race start number 2 then being attempted. And this is why we also have breaks between races, so that if we have these full starts, we don't fall too far behind on the schedule, and we can catch back up. So, Jokobas Juozaitis. Here we go then. Second start with Timas Dranseca alongside. In our Rotax Max Micro Nano, and away we go. Much better start though from Timas Dranseca this time round. Oh, covers off the 55 of Timas Rimas are much better. So it's Timas in second, Timas in third position, but Jokobas who leads the field as they make their way through turns 6, or hairpin 6, and now down in towards hairpin 7. You can see a much different line being taken by Jokobas and Timas. I think Timas is coming out a bit tighter than Jokobas, although I'll take a much closer look this time round. Again, very young drivers, so much more prone to making those little mistakes that we wouldn't see from the likes of our DD2 drivers. and our junior Rotax and senior Rotax drivers, which is what I think makes this a lot more entertaining sometimes as well, because those mistakes are more common to happen. We're more likely to see overtakes as a result, and drivers are still trying to figure out the right racing lines around circuit sometimes. And we are clearly seeing that from Jokubas, Juozaitis, and Timas Transeika. Completely different lines in some corners. You can see Timas going very tight into the double right-hander of turn 3. And there is Juozaitis, who leads by 0.6 of a second from Transeika. And then Stonis is in 3rd position. Sorry, that's a 96 in 3rd. Okay, that's really weird. Also, Timas Rimas has fallen down to 5th, and it is Danila Stonis who has clambered up to 3rd place. So a very good opening set of laps from Danila Stonis. And unfortunately for Timas Rimas, in his opening round here of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, he has dropped down the order a little bit. There's still a very good qualifying effort from him. And there goes the 96 of Stonis. But the gap is being extended up at the front of the field. Oh, Stonis a little bit wide coming out of the hairpin of turn 5. I think maybe put a wheel on the grass, but kept it on the circuit. And is still facing in the right direction critically. But look at that gap that is being pulled by Jokubas Juozaitis. There is a reason why Juozaitis has won 7 races in a row, and it is because he is absolutely rapid. 1.4 seconds last time around, and that gap is only extending as well. It might be over 2 seconds at the end of this lap. Let's see what it is. It was 1.4. It's 2.5 seconds. 1.1 second gained by Jokubas Juozaitis. Oh. I don't know if this is an expression over in Lithuania, but in England it certainly is. But what on earth has Jokubas Juozaitis had for breakfast today? Because he's a rocket ship. I've not seen previous rounds, so maybe he does this every single round. But for me, coming in as a one-off commentator for the championship, this has been absolutely ridiculous. I thought we saw, I think it was in the seniors, we saw our biggest race win. Well, this is very quickly becoming the biggest race win and the most dominant drive that we have had. We're currently seeing Timas Transeika, who is 2nd, both on the road and in the championship, gaining some valuable points over Vilius Tauras Bakutis. The number 10 car currently down in 6th position. So a good result here for Transeika. And some big points as well for Danielis Stonis, who's only 15 points behind Bakutis. So a good opportunity for Stonis to gain some valuable points in the championship. And we might be seeing a battle for 4th place, because this is the 22 and the 55. And the 22 is Raidas Gluotsnis ahead of... who is that he's ahead of? That is the 55 of Timas Rimas. And Rimas is right onto the back of the 22, trying to take the later apex of 22, though. Having a bit of a moment with the back end through turn 7. Although still maintains the gap to Rimas as they head into the back end of the circuit with just over a minute remaining. I also find it quite fun to see how the drivers hold their steering wheel differently. If you have a look at the 22 of Raidas, he holds the steering wheel from really high up. Whereas if you look further back to the 55 of Timas, he holds the steering wheel from much lower down. Again, we're seeing those different lines being taken by the two drivers. 4.7 seconds now is a gap at the front of the field. But this is the battle for 4th position that we are watching. 4/10 between the two drivers. Now, I want to keep an eye on Raidas as he comes through these hairpins, because this seems to be where he makes a couple of mistakes. And we really see Rimas closing in. So Rimas taking a much tighter line. He's now able to open up this corner a bit more. And this is where we see that rear end just going a little bit, although it's much more composed this time around from Raidas in 4th position. you can see Timas Rimas really trying to take those wider lines, but I think those wider lines aren't really working for him through this part of the circuit. He's taking the long distance around some of the corners, and that's allowing Timas to pull away, but it is working through these couple of corners as we have hit 0 seconds on the timer, and we have 2 laps remaining now. A big 5-second lead up at the front of the field, and then a further 13 seconds back to these two battling for 4th position. So again, keep your eyes on Rimas, because Rimas really closes in through this sequence of corners. Closes in massively, massively through these hairpins, taking these later apexes, but he just can't seem to get the drive out of the final corner. Well, essentially through this corner, because it leads onto the back straight. Not quite long enough for him to be able to have a send up the inside into turn 8. As that is the 77 being lapped of Noyes Matashina. So I've just been given a little bit of extra information about the Nanos. It is the same equipment as the Micro Maxes, but much younger drivers, and the drivers are improving all the time. Well, Jokubas Juozaitis is definitely improving all the time. He is absolutely on another level right now in this race, and as they get better, they'll be able to jump on in and race with the Rotax Max Micro Championship, rather than just being in the Nano. So I'm sure that's going to be the next target for Jokubas, either later in this season or for next season, because it has been a very, very good drive for Jokubas, at least in this race. And what a drive, what a dominant victory for Jokubas Juozaitis in the Nano semi-final. Doesn't even throw out a fist bump for the celebration. Cool as a cucumber. Second place will go to Timas Dranseka, 6.5 seconds behind. Third place will go to the 96 of Danielas Stonis, who might be jumping ahead of Vilius in third in the championship. Raidas Gluosnis in fourth, ahead of Timas Rimas. Then Vilius Tauras Bakutis in sixth, ahead of Gabrielis Dagis and Noyes Matashina in 8th position. So those are your results from the Rotax Max Nanos, or Micro Nanos, I should say, which means that we've got our final heat, or our final new heat to watch, which is our Baby Series. Which I don't believe is done as a championship. So it's done as one-off events, with trophies being awarded for the top 3 in the baby class. So I believe we've got 5 entries for the baby championship, which is Pius Samoulionis, Jonas Ramanauskas, Majus Norkus, Azulas Kasparavicius, and Denas Norkus. I don't know if Denas and Majus are potentially siblings, because they are both racing for N Sport as well, so they may very well be. So we'll have a few-minute break, or a couple of minutes break, before we head on in to our baby race. Which was actually scheduled to start a minute ago, but because we had that extra rolling lap with our previous heat, we have gone a little bit behind schedule. So we should be catching up to schedule probably actually by the end of this, because we're going to be having our lunch break after this baby race, the one and only baby race of the day as well. Chance for the marshals to have some lunch, and I think get some water. I don't know why, but sitting in my office, my studio in England, you probably won't be surprised that it's actually raining in England today. And Lithuania at the moment looks very warm and very hot. So I could imagine that there's probably a bit of water needed. A bit of a breeze. You can see the flags in the background swaying. So 12 minutes, I believe, for this baby race. Or I think it's actually more like a practice session. And a chance for us to wind down, to relax a little bit. Our next race after this, after the lunch break, will be the Micromax Heat number 2. 6-minute race. We'll then have our minis, juniors, seniors, DD2, our Nano final. And we'll see whether it's another dominant victory for Jokubas Juozaitis, who was in absolutely stunning form for the first, or the semi-final of the Micromax Nano. Oh, someone's gone very wide through that hairpin. Driver in the white car off onto the grass. See, that's what you want to see in practice sessions. I like to call it limit testing, right? You've got to test the limits. You've got to go off. If you, I used to have an old karting captain, and he'd tell me, Yusuf, you're stupid for going off. That's what he'd say to me. But at least you went off in practice. And if you're going to go off anywhere, go off in the practice session. And that made sense to me, right? You know, if I'm going to go off, if I'm going to break the kart, you break it in practice. You don't break it in the race. That's the worst time to do it. So, you know, learn the limits of the circuit. Have your little offs in practice. That's the way to go. And don't hit anyone while you do it. So we have got just under 8 minutes remaining. Actually, I'm a bit confused now because there are 2 timers up on the screen. There's a 4-minute timer for me, and there's a 7-minute timer. And I think it's a 7-minute timer that we're meant to be following. I'm pretty sure. So I don't know what happens after 4 minutes. It might be a practice qualifying. So they get 3 minutes of qualifying to essentially set their times. Possibly. That's what I think it might be. But I'm not 100% sure. Oh, I didn't count up. One's a timer, one's a stopwatch. There we go. I thought there was something weird about it. So we are nearly 5 minutes into the session, which makes sense because there's 7 minutes left of a 12-minute session. I can add up numbers. I know how a stopwatch works, I think. So just going to do a little bit of housekeeping and look back on over to our next race, which is going to be our Micro Maxes. And just remind everyone of the championship standings, which is Jokubas Vaskelis leading the championship from Emilis Juozaitis, followed by Oskaras Pitkovas and Tauras Zimnikas. And 200 points between those top 4. 49 points between your top 2. And I believe it was, if I remember correctly, I think it was Jokubas who won the opening heat of the day. We'll see whether he can make it 2 from 2. As whoever's in that white car really carries a lot of speed through that right hairpin. They're full on sending it. And coming very close to running off circuit again. There they go through the shot once more. On to the start-finish straight. Uh, 5.5 minutes. And I can imagine this 12-minute session is going to be very long for the baby drivers. Especially because the circuit's actually quite long for them. You know, when we have the DD2 races, the laps just go by so quickly. Whereas for these karts, they're going to be about half the speed. And maybe every time a DD2 does 1 lap or does 2 laps, these karts are doing 1 lap, or maybe even less than that as well. So we have hit the 7-minute mark, so 5 minutes remaining. Now, I want to see this kart going through the right-hander, because this is where he carries so much speed. Oh, he's holding it in a lot tighter now, which is really good to see, because you're seeing the improvements lap after lap. So before, that driver was carrying so much speed and coming out way too wide, and now is really holding in the kart so much tighter, taking a much more composed line, which is lovely to watch. And actually, they're all starting to close in together into like a 4-kart group. So once they do, we might have some overtakes as we get one driver in, I think, a blue kart goes right round the outside through turns 3, the double right-hander of turn 3 makes that work. But I quite like whoever's in this white kart. They are absolutely rapid, and they're pulling on along another driver who's at the back of that 4-kart train as well. You've got a lovely little forest in the background as well. So I'm going to do something terrible, which is try to pronounce the circuit name again, which is Aukštadvario kartodromas. I don't know how close I'm getting to the actual pronunciation of the circuit name, but I think I'm relatively close. But I do want to see if we get this little battle between our baby karts, as I think they might be heading on to start a new lap soon. But it is just a practice session, so I believe it is untimed. I'm sure there will be some official timings at the end of the race that they'll be able to get, but I think during the race we don't have the timings, at least not up on the broadcast anyway. As I'm seeing 2 karts going side by side into turn 1, so a little change of position. And then they fly through that 90-degree left-hander. Well, actually, it's not quite a 90 degrees, it's a little bit more open than that. But then you've got your sequence of hairpins that you can see. So you've got turns 3, 4, oh, sorry, turns 4, 5, 6, and 7. That then lead onto this back straight, which, to be fair, it looks long. I think that straight is longer than it looks. At least when we're watching the juniors and the seniors, it feels like such a short straight before you get into that left-hander. But I think it is actually it is a fairly long straight. So just under 2 minutes remaining. And the gap between our 2 kind of quickest baby karts, I think, heading through turns 1 now, is actually staying relatively constant. There's actually not much pace between them. It's kind of stayed at about 2 to 3 seconds. Maybe it's extended by a tiny amount over the last couple of laps. Because that driver at the front is the one that went wide at turn 12 or something, and actually fell behind and then re-overtook the driver in the blue car as they come through our shot now. We can see the pair of them. And has pulled a gap over the last 7 or 8 minutes. But not pulling away by a ridiculous amount. They are still within touching distance. Well, not quite touching distance. Maybe if you've got really long arms, it's touching distance. Oh, a little bit wide from the white car again. We've seen him do that a couple of times. He carries so much speed into that right-hander. Full commitment. I really like seeing that. You know, there's none of this holding back, slowly, you know, trying to increase the pace. He just goes for it like an absolute nutter. And that's how you learn. You learn the limits of the circuit, and it's what you need to do, I feel, anyway, in these practice sessions. But I think they'll have time for just... He is really pushing. He's coming out... I think maybe he's taking slightly too early apexes. I think that might be what he's doing. So he just turns, he sees a corner, he gets so excited, he's like, right, I'm going to turn in for the corner. Gets the apex and then goes out really wide. And he's actually been overtaken now by whoever's in the blue car with the black suit and helmet. And I believe that is the checkered flag out on the digiboard. So this is going to be the final lap for everyone. I think a few drivers have already seen that checkered flag. And now that they've seen the checkered flag, they'll make their way back into the pit lane. And we will then be starting our lunch break. And for those of you who don't know how long the lunch break is, it will be half an hour long. So the lunch break will be starting in about 5 minutes time, technically. But as soon as these cars are in the pits, I guess it technically begins. And we will then be having micro heat number 2 at 1:45 Lithuanian time, and which is 11:45 if you're in the UK, or in Central Europe it would be 12:45. So if you are going to have a little break, do make sure to come back in about 25-30 minutes, where we will be returning to bring you heat number 2 of our Micro Max. We'll then have Mini Max, Juniors, Seniors, DD2, and our Nano finals before heading into the finals for the Micro Maxes, Mini Maxes, Junior Maxes, Senior Maxes, and then the DD2s to round out the day. The fastest carts to complete our broadcast for round number 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. We'll see you guys in a short bit. Welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania from Aukštadvario Kartodromas. And we are getting ready to head on in to Rotax Micro Heat number 2. And I think they've just gone out of the dummy grid, and we can see them warming up their tires, weaving about to get some heat into their tires ahead of their second 6-minute plus 1 lap race. And starting this race on pole will be Josias Patrikas, I believe. It is a 17 who will be starting on the outside of the circuit. That is Emilis Juozaitis. And I didn't quite catch who that was on the inside. I think it is Jokubas Vaskelis. It is indeed the race winner from race number 1. Vaskelis will be trying to make this one 2 from 2 and extending his lead in the championship. The outside traditionally gets a bad start. Let's see how Juozaitis can do, as I have a bit of an issue with the camera. And heading into the hairpin of turn 3, it is still as they were. A good start from Juozaitis to hold on to second. That is absolutely critical for him. And now we've got a fair few minutes to go for Juozaitis to try to go for a challenge on Vaskelis. And I'm just trying to catch an eye on who that is in third place. Sorry, is that Juozaitis down into third and maybe Pitkovas up into second? I'll just double check with the numbers. It is indeed Pitkovas up into second place. So Pitkovas with a fantastic getaway from third up into second. As mentioned, the inside does traditionally get a better start, and Emilis Japkauskas is up into 4th position with the top 4 breaking away from the rest of the field. A mistake from Juozaitis, an uncharacteristic mistake, pardon me. Sorry, I'm struggling more with saying English words than I am with saying the Lithuanian words at the moment. But the top 2 make their way through the opening couple of corners, and that is the 48 of Pitkovas, really challenging Vaskelis. So a very, very good start from Pitkovas, and he's showing a lot of pace as well in these opening couple of laps, as we're seeing this 3-kart battle, and that is the number 3 of Karlis Brensons, who is at the back of this 3-kart train, and quickly closing in are another set of drivers, but your top 4 making their way into the tightening final sector of the circuit. And the top 2, with Pitkovas behind Juozaitis, Pitkovas behind Vaskelis, are pulling away from the duo behind. There's a couple of kart lengths now between the first, second to third and fourth, and you can definitely visibly see that gap expanding as we begin lap number 3. And I tell you what, Pitkovas, he wants this race. He's sitting behind patiently, but I have a feeling that he does have enough pace underneath that kart to go for a move on not only the race leader, but the championship leader as well. Pitkovas can really drag himself up in the championship. He's currently 120 points behind Emilis Juozaitis, but is closing on into the championship with a result like this, and has been improving as the season has been progressing. Let's not forget as well, Pitkovas has a race win. He won the second heat of the season back in round 1 of the championship. We'll see if he can pick up another heat win here today. Into the final sequence of corners, and the top 2 have well and truly pulled away from the rest of the field. Japkauskas is still right on the back of Juozaitis as well, but look at the gap between the top 2, 3rd, 4th, and then a big gap to 5th and 6th. So a couple of really good 2-kart squabbles are forming. We've not seen any changes for position just yet. Still a few minutes, though, to go in this race. And I really do feel that Pitkovas is just sitting in behind Vaskelis. Vaskelis, though, fair play to him. He's had a little look over his shoulder, but I think he's just he's just comfortable in just putting in the hot laps for now. Not really defending and just trusting in his own pace. And Vaskelis will be, well, getting himself very close to winning the championship within the next round or so. Round 6, I think. I'm not sure if drop scores are a factor in the Rotax Max challenge, but if they are, I think Jokubas Vaskelis is very close to that championship, as Is this going to be a move? Indeed, it is. The 41 of Čapkauskas goes up the inside into turn number 2, pulls off the move very effectively as well on the number 17 of Emilis Juozaitis, and up into third place goes Čapkauskas as well. We'll see whether he can bridge this 1.1 second deficit to the leading duo. However, I don't think they're going to be battling because Jokubas Vaškelis has really started to pull away from Pitkovas behind him. Oskaras just hasn't quite had the pace to stick with the race leader for heat number 2 of the day for the Rotax Micro Maxes, and you can see that gap has started to extend out. It was 4/10 at the end of the last lap. I think it's going to be sitting at around 7, maybe 8/10 at the end of this lap. Big battle though, looking like it might start behind them. 7/10 is the gap between Vaškelis and Pitkovas at the front of the field, and well, I think Čapkauskas has pulled away. The Emilis Čapkauskas, the driver for MG Motorsport, is in third place. I thought he was pulling away, but just as I say that, I feel like the 17 of Emilis Juozaitis from NSL Racing has just started to close in, and not too far behind is the 88 of Tauras Zimnikas as well, who is trying to close in that red and a white car with the blue helmet and the black top of the helmet as well. And then just behind the 88 of Zimnikas is the 98 and the 3, which is Saula Vaitkute. Saula had a really good race in the previous heat. And then comes the number 3 of Karlis Bernssons, the Latvian driver. 8/10 now at the front of the field, still looking like a good battle. A little bit of pushing between third and fourth as they go through turn 2. Nothing too egregious, just a little love tap coming in from the number 17 of Juozaitis. Just that little push, just to remind the 41 of Čapkauskas that, hey, I am here. You do have to watch over your shoulder, but it doesn't seem to be phasing Emilis one bit at all. Emilis Čapkauskas still putting in the laps, currently 5th place in the championship, looking to close in some big points to the likes of Zimnikas and indeed Juozaitis as well. Ahead of the pair of his championship rivals into the final corner. 2 laps remaining. Vaškelis, Pitkovas are a long way away. But can we have a battle in this, what is a 5-kart train now for P3? And there's going to be a late send going up the inside. There's contact between the two of them. And around goes the number 17, I think that was, of Juozaitis. So Emilis Juozaitis is facing in the wrong direction. Will be able to recover the kart. But contact. And it was a late move. I think that came from the 88 of Tauras Zimnikas. I could be mistaken, though. But there was contact. They both lost a lot of time, and that is going to, well, bring an end to that battle, because round the final corner comes the number 24 of Jokubas Vaškelis, who will make it 2 wins from 2. A little nod up to the sky as he crosses the line, and a very good second place finish as well for Oskaras Pitkovas. Third place will go the way of Emilis Čapkauskas. A very good third place, having to fight for third and then held on to the position very well. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that incident and we can see exactly what happened. Saula Vaitkute in 4th, ahead of Karlis Bernssons, the Latvian driver, in 5th. Then comes Tauras Zimnikas ahead of Remigius Kriausionas. Then in 8th is Andrius Maniusis, and 9th comes Oskaras Bakutis and Emilis Juozaitis, who are so much further up the order, dropping down to 10th position. Let's not forget as well, Maniusis, the top place micro, the top place under 9 driver. Now let's just see who the 2 drivers were involved in that incident, as we see the good overtake from the 41 going in to the hairpin. Is this going to be it? It was a really good attempt from the 88 to go up the inside. The question is, we only see the entry into the corner. We don't see what happens at the apex. And it looked like the 88 got alongside of Tauras Zimnikas, but I just wonder if he went in a bit too hot, was potentially left room but then just ran a little bit wide and then made contact. So it comes down to where was the contact made. Was the contact made right at the apex when the 88 of Zimnikas was all the way up on the curb, or did it happen after and Zimnikas went wide and then made contact? But I'm sure that's one the stewards will be having a little look at. But you've got to have a little bit of commiseration for Emilis Juozaitis. Really good drive, really unfortunate as well. And arguably would have finished that race in fourth had it not been for that contact. And you can see the 17 car being pushed along on the pit entry. The driver for NSL Racing. I do like how some of the drivers just sitting in the car, being nice and chill, pushing the car along with their feet, getting those tires to turn off the engine, save some fuel, all of that stuff. And you can see the body language of the 17 out of the car. Juozaitis not happy at all. However, I don't think it'd be a karting season without having an incident or two, whether or not it is your fault or not. And I think in this case, Juozaitis not at fault. I think he left the room, but we'll leave it to the steward to figure out exactly what happened and dish out any penalties that may be necessary. Our next race, though, today is going to be our Rotax Mini Maxes. Again, second heat of the day for them. We'll have a little bit of a break before we head on into the Minimaxes. And a reminder as well of the Minimax Championship. It is Patrikas Josius who is leading the championship ahead of Joris Gigimantas Stankevicius. 57 points between them, and then a further 38 points back is Rodrigo Kakers. I believe the Latvian driver. It's the 238 and the 205 who will be on the front row of the grid. The 205 is Majus Mazinas, and the 238 is Tom Strel. Now, let's not forget, Tom Strel was very quick in the first heat of the day. I don't know if he was quick enough to really challenge Patrikas Josius, but he did a good job. So with Patrikas starting a little bit further down the order, I believe, for the second race, I'm quite excited to see what Patrikas can do. He's been quite dominant this season. Had a clean sweep in the first round of the championship. And he's had a win in pretty much every round of the season so far, with the exception of the previous round, which was actually dominated by Joris Gigimantas Stankevicius, who won both heats and the final and took the maximum of points and brought the championship a little bit closer than it otherwise would have been. However, the 199 of Joris is not racing today. So the 205 and the 238 on the front row of the grid. And where is Patrikas in all of that? A little bit further down the order, clearly. But either way, we are ready to go racing. And it's a good start from the inside, as per usual. Is that going to be an attempted move up the inside? No, has to back out of it. And they will all follow each other line astern. No crazy overtakes. As I say that, a little look to the inside. A late move, but I think they backed out of that. As that's a 255 going up the inside. Outbreaks themselves. Switch back from the 227. And that is Aloisas Chekavicius, who regains the position coming through turn number 6. And now they head into turn 8, into these fast flowing corners that then immediately tightens up into this left hairpin. And then starts the technical sector of the circuit. But it is the 205 of Majus Mazinas who is leading the way. Majus Mazinas, who missed out on quite a few rounds of the championship, but has picked up a couple of wins in the 2 races that they have been present for. So Myers is no slouch, 9th in the championship, but a very quick drive. And there's a move up the inside. They make it work. The 2.38 and the 2.73 is off the circuit. Mariusz Karsiauskas off the track and will drop to the back of the field. Not what Karsiauskas needed one bit. Again, that's going to be one for the stewards. We'll have a look at the replay come the end of the race. The top two have pulled clear, absolutely pulled clear. Mariusz Mazinas leading ahead of Fernando Paimre, the Estonian driver, in second place. And, well, then we've got the 2.73 in third of Mariusz Karsiauskas. But he then had that incident, so has dropped down the order, which I think has promoted the 2.38 of Tom Strel up into third place. Don't forget, Tom Strel started in second place on the outside of the circuit. That dropped him down a few places through the opening couple of corners. And we'll see what Tom Strel can do in this race. Fourth place is the 2.87, which is Timofey Vladimirov. So Timofey Vladimirov is second in the championship. And again, I got mixed up by the switch of the schedule between the juniors and the mini-maxes. It is the juniors out on circuit at the moment. Timofey Vladimirov won the first race, looked very quick, but is now in fourth place, is the Latvian driver. And we'll see what he can do to clamber up through the field. And there is Vladimirov in his white helmet, blue suit, making his way through the final corner, closing in on to Strel. Meanwhile, the top two looking relatively comfortable at the moment. Mariusz Mazinas, who took a clean sweep in the last round. Max points, now leading in heat number 2 of Rotax Max Juniors. So through the final couple of corners come our junior cars with 4.5 minutes on the clock. The gap's not changing too much. Vladimirov not closing in massively onto Paim. There haven't been any changes, although this battle for fifth looks like it could be rather tasty, with the 2.27 of Aloysius Chekavicius ahead of the 2.55, which is Nemunas Volbekas. Just a reminder, this is the Rotax Max Junior Heat number 2. So we've got this battle further down between 7th and 8th place, which is the 2.65 and the 2.96. And the 2.65 is Jonas Janusauskas from Great Britain. And the 2.96, on the other hand, is Dovydas Rashis. Again, no changes. And up at the front, it is Mariusz Mazinas who is extending his advantage, as Dovydas Rashis searches for a way through on Jonas Janusauskas. Sorry, Janusauskas, pardon me. So into technical sector they go. 1.2 seconds is the gap up at the front. Much nicer lines. Dovydas Rashis seems to be able to take that slightly tighter line into the corners and still get a good exit coming out. But he's not getting a good enough exit coming out of the final corner, or is he? It's a decent run. I don't know if he's going to be close enough to have a go into the opening couple of corners. And the answer to that is no. Now, we do see some attempted overtakes coming out of this double right-hander into the left hairpin, but not for Dovydas this time round. The gap up at the front, 1.6 seconds. And also, in the battle for third, Tom Strel is doing a very good job of keeping Timofey Vladimirov at bay as well. Again, a little think about a move from the 255, which is in Nominas of Volbekas. He's going to go for the moves, having a little look up the inside, won't be able to make it work. And Aloisas Čekavičius holds on to the position. This is a battle for P5 with about 3 laps remaining in the race, 1.5 minutes on the clock. We'll see when Marius Mazinas crosses the line at the end of this lap, exactly how long is remaining. So into the technical sector once more. You can really see that inside rear wheel lifting for the 227 of Čekavičius. And pulling out a little gap to the 255 as well. Well, 2.1 seconds is the gap up at the front of the field. Pomstrel, I don't know if he's actually closing in here onto Fernando Paimre with 2 laps. We're going to be on the cusp of actually getting 3 more laps in this race. And Strel, just like he was in heat number 1, is starting to up the pace. And is only 8/10 behind Paimre. And we're still seeing Dovydas Raši searching for a way through. He gets a good exit out of turn 7, but he's just too far back. And the straight's just not long enough for him to fully get alongside the 265 of Janasauskas. Again, it's just going to have to wait. Let's see what the gap is between second and third when they do cross the line. It's just under 8/10. The gap is coming down. 2 laps remaining. But this battle for P6 is looking... Sorry, for P7, pardon me, is looking very good. But again, Rashis cannot go up the inside into the hairpin. Well, Dovydas definitely looks quicker. And I think that's somewhat helped by Janasauskas just defending. And no longer thinking about getting his head down and pulling away. Just wants to keep Rashis behind him. So 2 to go, well, 1.5 at this point remaining as they make their way into the final sequence of corners. Into this left, and then you have the right, left, and on to the start-finish straight. Now the place where Dovydas Rašis has looked really good is on the exit of turn 7, on to the back straight, but it's not long enough for him to go for a move. He has to do it through this sequence of corners, as we see the 227 of Aloisas Čekavičius making his way through. And that is the 277, or is that the 273 being lapped now, of Marius Karšiauskas. And there is a 205 of Marius Mazinas, who has driven absolutely superbly. It's been a fantastic drive from him, and he has not been challenged one bit in this heat. Marius Mazinas takes the checkered flag and is your race winner ahead of Fernando Paimre. And then in third place comes Tom Strel. Fourth place is going to go the way of Vladimirov. So Timothy, your championship leader, picks up some more important points. And, well, Vladimirov's championship rival of Karšiauskas is down in 10th because of that incident. So Aloisas Čekavičius in 5th ahead of Jonas Janasauskas in 6th. Then comes Dovydas Rašis, who wasn't able to make the move for 6th. Then comes Oskaras Guoga, Nemenas Volbekas, and Marius Karšiauskas completes your top 10. And you have to feel for Karšiauskas, that incident just dropped them right down the order. We'll see if we can catch what happened to the 273 that spun them out on, I can't remember if it was the opening lap or later. So that was the move from the 255. Really nice switchback from the 227 of Čekavičius. And this is going to be, I think, the incident with the 273. So up the inside goes the 238, and you can understand the frustration because that was actually Timothy Vladimirov who tried to follow through. And because Vladimirov tried to follow through, it was this weird situation where Mariusz Karšiauskas had nowhere to go. So, I don't know. I don't know how the stewards are going to view that one, because I think that's one that could be viewed either way. That could be viewed as Karšiauskas could have maybe backed off, and it could also be viewed as Vladimirov shouldn't have gone for the move. So we'll leave it to the stewards to decide. I don't want to get my fingers dirty with that one. And I've also just been informed that I believe when we talk about Mariusz Mazinas, the 205, who won that heat, he had the podium for the Rotax Max Grand Finals a couple of years ago. So a very, very quick driver is Mazinas. And our next race will now be the Mini Maxes. There's still one thing that we haven't seen happen today, which is a battle for first. We've seen a few overtakes, we've seen a couple of incidents. We do still need to have that big battle for a race win. Hopefully, it's being saved for the finals, because that would be very fun. A couple of happy drivers in the paddock nonetheless. As they'll wait to get to the end so that they can get their carts on to their trolleys and then back to their awnings. So a reminder, in the Rotax Max Mini Maxes, it is Patrikas Josias who is leading the championship, ahead of Joris Gigamantas Stankovičius. And there we can see now drivers getting ready. The 125 and the 124. So Patrikas will be starting this one on pole position. And the 124 of Jokubas Vaskelis will be starting this one in second place, the British driver. And I think we mentioned this before as well, that for Jokubas Vaskelis, this is his first round of the Rotax Max Challenge in Lithuania. So, one lap for them to get their tyres warmed up and get into a 2x2 order. Again, things might be quite tricky for Jokubas Vaskelis, considering he's on the outside of the grid. Might cause him to drop a position and fall back by a little bit. He's got the 141 directly behind him. That is Jonas Pundis. But starting on the inside in third is the 133 of Laurinas Karalevicius. In sixth place in the championship. But Patrikas Josias leads the championship and will be leading the field for this Minimax race start. Here they come then into the final corner. Keep your eyes as well on Jokubas Vaskelis. And we'll see what he can do. Can he get the right getaway, or will he be left behind? But they've already gone, and on the outside of the circuit, he's not lost just one. He's going to lose maybe 2 or 3 places as well. Able to gain a little bit of time back, but he's still on the outside going into turn 1. Can he send it up the inside? No, he cannot. And that will be Laurinas up into second position. So just one position lost then for Jokubas Vaskelis, but leading the way then is your championship leader, Patrikas Josias. And those are your top 3 as they make their way through turn 7 on to the back straight. It's a 193. That is Tautvydas Dagis trying to cover off the inside, heading into turn 8. But now Patrikas Josias, can he just get into a little rhythm and start to extend the lead from the 113, I believe that is. Let me just double check who that is behind him. Sorry, yeah, it's a 1-3-3 of Laurinas Karalevicius. And there, up the inside, goes for a move, is left space by Karalevicius. But the 1-2-5 just cannot make that move work. It was an audacious overtake from Jokubas Vaskelis, but he couldn't quite make it work. Sorry, is that Patrikas Josias? It is Patrikas Josias. I don't know why I thought it was a 1-2-4. Sorry. Patrikas Josias tried to go up the inside. So there's been a change for position somewhere. Who's leading the race then? Because I thought it was Patrikas who was at the front of the field. Have I got them mixed up? I have indeed, because leading the way is Jokubas Vaskelis. So I apologize for getting everyone completely mixed up. But leading the way then is Jokubas Vaskelis. In second place is Laurinas Karalevicius. And then in third place is the championship leader of Patrikas Josias. And in fourth place then is the 1-4-1 of Jonas Pundis. And that is our four-car battle for effectively the lead of the race. They are very close to one another, just with less than a second separating all four of them. But up at the front, it is looking very good for Jokubas Vaskelis, who is starting to pull clear of the trio behind him. Exactly what he really needs to do. I forget where he finished in race number one. Heat number one of the mini-maxes, as we see the 112 and the 199. That is Normantes Arvesevicius, who is trying to hunt down the 199 of Joris Stankovičius. And through the final corner they go. And up the inside, that's a very early place to make the move through the final corner, but a really good overtake. And there goes up the inside of the 133, the 125, which is your championship leader, Patrikas Josias, up into second place. So unfortunately for Laurinas Karalevicius, it drops down a position and now has to try to fend off Jonas Pundis, who is in fourth place and trying to follow through. And look at the gap that has already been pulled by Patrikas Josias. Now that he has a bit of clean air, he has pulled like an absolute rocket ship from the duo behind him. Patrikas Josias really wants to hunt down the race leader. It was 7/10 at the start of this lap. We'll see what it is at the end, although don't forget that Josias did have to make the overtake on Karalevicius this lap around. So this lap won't be a representative one, but the next lap certainly will be. Over the line then, it was 7/10. He lost half a second on that lap, but even more time was lost by Karalevicius. We'll see whether Pundis can create a battle for the final podium spot of this heat. As we still have this battle just behind between the 144 of Thomas Karalevicius, and then comes the 199 of Joris Stankovičius. Oh, and that's a spin. That's the 144. Was there contact? The 144 of Thomas Karalevicius, who we were just talking about, has gone off at turn 8, pardon me. Has there been contact in that battle between the 144 and the 199? They were nose to tail, and Joris Stankovičius has gained a position. Whether it was legal or not, we will wait and see on the replay. What happened is here, up the inside goes the 193, but fair play to the 112, hanging it around the outside. That is the 112 of Normantes Arvesevicius, who holds on to the position ahead of the 193 of Tautvydas Dagits. Dagits takes a tighter line on the exit of turn 6, but isn't going to help him massively coming out of turn 7 onto the back straight into turn 8. Still nose to tail, these two. 112 and the 193. I believe possibly teammates. They're running with the same livery. However, the 193 is the lenktynės kart, and the 112 of Arvesevicius is just a driver development team. So it might be driver development for lenktynės. They are still nose to tail. These two were battling as well in the previous heat, and it's good to see that they still have the same pace. As up the inside goes a 193 into turn number 5. What a send That's what we want to see from Tautvidas Tagis. And a really good move up into 5th position. Is there anything though for 112 to fight this one back, or are they going to be at the mercy of the 199 of Joris Stankovičius, who is now right on the back of the 112 of Normantas Arvesivicius as they head into the final sequence of corners to start a new lap. 2 laps remaining, excluding this one, I believe. We'll see. No, we're on to the final lap now. So, final lap has been started then for your race leader, which is Jokubas Vaskelis. In this battle for P5 as Dagis continues to pull clear, but the 199 is looking racy, and up the inside goes the 199. Can't hold on to the move, bit of contact between them as well, but the 112 has to take a tighter line, and it's going to be a good exit for Stankovičius, but he has to slot in behind. Went for the move, a bit of contact on the approach into turn 7, and now they're nose to tail. But this driver here, the 124, what a drive from Jokubas Vaskelis as he makes his way through the final corner and will be taking the checkered flag for heat number 2 of the Rotax Minimax for round number 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. Fantastic drive. P2 goes away of Patrikas Josias, your championship leader. P3 goes to the 133 of Laurinas Karlevičius, who was in second for a portion of the race before Josias was able to find a way through. 4th goes to Jonas Pundis. 5th goes to Tautvidas Tagis. 6th goes to Normantas Arvesivicius. 7th, Joris Gigamantas Stankovičius, who was second in the championship coming into this round, but is dropping back further from Josias. Sarunas Armanavicius in 8th, ahead of Emilia Karlevičius, and then I forget who completed the field, but I think it was Domas Karlevičius who had that incident. We'll get a replay of what that incident was. It was happening down into turn 8, so I think we caught the aftermath of it, so hopefully the replay shows us what happened at the start. That was a really good move, though, from your championship leader, Patrikas Josias, to take second place. And what happened here, then? Will we see contact? Oh, that was nasty. That was nasty indeed. And that was the 144 of Laurinas Karlevičius, who had the contact. So it was a move up the inside. Karlevičius, I'm going to say, I don't think Karlevičius saw it coming, so turned into the corner, didn't realize that they had a car up there inside. I forget which cart it was. I think it was this cart, the 199 of Joris Gigamantas Stankovičius. And as a result, Stankovičius went right over the top of Karlevičius' cart. Managed to keep on the circuit, but Karlevičius didn't. So again, that's going to be another one for the stewards to view. But some good racing nonetheless from our Rotax Max Minimaxes. Next up, though, is going to be our Rotax Max Seniors. And just a reminder of the championship standings for our Rotax Seniors. It is Henrikas Klepikas who leads the championship, ahead of Linas Volungevičius. Then comes Nojas Gerulaitis and Hubertas Budvitis, with 93 points between those 4 carts. And also, I would just like to say as well, because this is really impressive, and I don't quite know how he's done it, but Linas is second in the championship despite having missed out on a round, which is really, really impressive. Let me just double check if Linas is racing today. Linas is indeed. I can't remember if Linas won the first heat of today or not. But we've got 3 more heats before we'll have our next break before the finals that come around. So we've got our seniors, our DD2s, our Nano finals, and then we'll be heading into our final 5 races, our final 5 finals, you could almost say. So that is a 3:04 of Linas Volungevicius, who will be on pole. Second will be the 3:21 of Henrikas Klepikas. Now, Klepikas, if I recall correctly, did win and was quite dominant as well in the Senior Max victory for heat number 1 of the day. We'll see whether he can have the same success starting from pole again. And that is the 333 of Orlandas Aladavicius starting in 4th. And I think I saw the 309, if I'm not mistaken. Well, something 9. Oh, yes, 309. So that's Laurinas Jadika, who is starting from 3rd place. If I'm not mistaken as well, Laurinas is in the Senior Max seniors, essentially. Senior Max Masters. And I can see that one of the karts has a new nose cone on, so must have been involved in an incident in the first race and didn't have a chance to get the sticker set put onto the new front nose. And that's why drivers always get your sticker sets ready onto your spare side pods and front nose cones. That way you still look in tip-top shape even if you have to make a nose change. Here we go then. Around the final corner, Henrikas Klepikas on the front row of the grid, starting from pole with Linas Volungevicius starting alongside, and away we go. It's a good start for Volungevicius, and will be able to stay in second. Now has to back out, drops down to 3rd position through the opening corner behind, as there is an incident. That's our first big first lap incident that we have had today, and both karts seem to be stranded as a result. So a bit of disaster then in the Senior Maxes, and this is a fight and a half as Linas Volungevicius is trying to fight his way back up into 2nd position as he's behind the 309 of, that is our Senior Max Masters part of Laurinas Jadika. But Klepikas has already started to pull a couple of kart lengths clear as we make our way around the final corner to start lap number 2 of this race. And you can see that gap, there's a yellow flag out as well, so no overtaking opportunity for Volungevicius, which is really annoying because that is the main overtaking opportunity on the circuit. So Volungevicius has to sit behind, as that is a bit of a mistake coming through, which is going to allow the 336 to go up the inside. And there's more overtaking happening into turn 7 as well. So the Rotax senior Rotax Maxes are really feisty for heat number 2. Not at all like what we saw in heat number 1 of the day, which gets me very excited. But there is Henrikas Klepikas leading the field, and it's kind of stretched the gaps behind. But it does look like there is a good battle happening for, I believe that is P7, with the 377 ahead of the 302. So that is Gustas Stasiulevicius ahead of Hubertas Budvitas. Sorry, Budvitis. So Budvitis in the 302 in that blue kart with the black helmet and the blue suit. Trying to stick with the 377, who is in turn closing into the 335. And that is Edvardas Funka, who's currently in 5th position. 7 tenths between your leading 2. Volungevicius hasn't been able to find a way through yet on Laurinas Jadika. So out of the final corner and onto the start-finish straight, there you go. And this is what we saw from Volungevicius in race 1, as almost a bit of contact in this battle for P6. They both keep it on the circuit. Volungevicius really likes to get that rear end out when braking down into turn 2. And it is really quite something to watch as he goes full commitment, but it is not seemingly enough for him to keep up, let alone be able to overtake lenktynės Žėdika. As here is this three-way battle for P5 being led by Edvardas Funka. And there again, you can see that back end coming out from Volungevičius. And is that a mistake? From the 3-3-5, Funka's made a mistake, and he's dropped back a position behind the 3-7-7 of Gustas Stasiulevicius. So now Funka's going to be coming under pressure from the next driver in the list, which is the 3-0-2 of Hubertas Budvytis. So we'll see whether Budvytis can find an opening. Still plenty of time to go in this race, 4 minutes. Just under. But Budvytis right on the back of Funka as they go through the final corner. Budvytis takes a slightly tighter line. Is he close enough to go for a move? No, just sits behind this time round. Now this is where we've seen a few drivers going for overtakes into the hairpin, and Budvytis is going to go for the move as well. Funka goes for the switchback, and now they're side by side heading into the next hairpin. Budvytis on the inside, they're still side pod to side pod. Funka gets through up the inside into the next corner through hairpin number 7, and Funka holds on to the position, but great battling between Funka and Budvytis. And hopefully we'll get the exact same on the next lap as well. But I did say that's the hairpin that a few drivers have been looking for overtakes and have been making some overtakes work. It worked for Budvytis, but Funka was able to pounce straight back at him. Meanwhile, in the battle for P2, the 363, currently down in P4 of Nojus Gerulaitis, is closing in. And I just want to see the gap between Funka is relatively large, so there's going to be no way for Budvytis to get through on this occasion. It's onto the back straight. They come, and you can see Volungevičius just kind of trying to bounce his car along as he tries to close in to our second place driver of lenktynės Žėdika. Into the final couple of corners once more. And the gap is 3 seconds. Henrikas Klepikas is absolutely flying, and there again, the Volungevičius is completely sideways going into turn number 2. I absolutely love to see it. Every single lap around, Volungevičius is on the absolute edge, throwing the car into turn 2. You can tell that he's pushing as much as he can. 363 of Nojus Gerulaitis just sitting behind for now. I don't know if he's got the pace to really challenge these two up ahead. They all seem to be very, very closely matched pace-wise. We're going to have 3 laps remaining. There's over a minute when they cross the line. And a lap here in the Rotax Max Seniors is well under a minute. Still though, this 3-way battle for second place is not going anywhere. But the gaps are just that little bit too big to really see a big battle for position. There is only 6/10 between Žėdika, Volungevičius and I forget the 363, pardon me, of Gerulaitis. And that's a good run for Gerulaitis coming out of the final corner. Head down. Gerulaitis knows that this is the closest he's really been all race long. 2 laps to go. Will there be a way through on Volungevičius? Maybe into this hairpin, no, too far back. Volungevicius gets a really good run coming out of turns 3 and 4. And then it's clear into 5 and now into turn 7. Volungevicius takes a much wider line coming out, and this seems to give him a lot more speed. We are, though, about to head into the final lap of the race. Henrikas Klepikas absolutely flying. This has really been another extraordinary drive from the championship leader. And looking to gain some really big points on Volungevicius, which I think he might need for the championship as well. Don't forget, though, Klepikas wasn't able to race in one of the heats earlier this year, back in round 4 of the championship. So did miss out on a whole bunch of points. But I think with that, the championship is still in favor of Volungevicius if there is a drop round. Here we go then, last lap of the race, final few corners, and no changes in positions. Henrikas Klepikas with another absolutely phenomenal drive, untouchable in this race, just as he was untouchable in heat number 1 of the day. Henrikas Klepikas takes heat number 2 of the Rotax Max Seniors. Second place will go the way of I forget. Laurinas Jadika takes second place, apologies. Third place will go the way of Linas Volungevicius. And fourth place will go the way of Nojas Gerulaitis. Then comes Gustas Stasiulevicis. Sixth goes to Hubertas Budvitis. Seventh, Edvardas Funka. Eighth, Julius Dagis. Ninth, Arlandis Aladavicius. And 10th, Armandes Sakalis. Your best placed senior hobby driver was Laurinas Jadika as well. And that brings Heat 2 to a close. So our finals will be next for the seniors. However, the next heat that we will be covering will be our Rotax Max DD2s, our gearbox carts, effectively. No chains in these carts. It is a direct drive. That's what the DD in DD2 stands for. Direct drive 2, because 2 gears, essentially. So we might catch what happened, because there was an incident. That was a really lovely switchback from the 363. And then it almost became 3 abreast, and there was a bit of contact as well. And this was another close moment with the 302 of Hubertas Budvitis going for a move, couldn't make it work. And now this is the mistake made by Edvardas Funka that dropped him down a position. And now we're going to see this absolutely fantastic battle between Budvitis and Funka. Budvitis on the inside, Funka able to hold it round the outside, and then critically was able to get back ahead heading into the hairpin of turn 7. But again, it was this driver who didn't really steal the show, dominated, absolutely ridiculous pace, Henrikas Klepikas, but we were keeping an eye on some of the battles further down the field. But lots of smiles in the paddock, and I think a lot of drivers are enjoying some of the races, some of the battles that we got to witness. As we see Edvardas Funka at the back of this train of cars coming in. See, I like how all of the seniors, they get out of their carts, they push their carts along, and then you look at the juniors, they all sit in their carts and push the front tires along to get in. They don't want to get out of their carts. So, the Rotax Max Direct Drive 2 will be happening in a couple of minutes' time. A reminder of the championship standings: Maxim Shurko leading the way ahead of Edgars Vilkans, and then Thomas Rudokas. It was Vilkans who won the first heat of the day and got some very big points his way. And there we can see Thomas Rudokas lining up on pole. Edgars Vilkans in second. Sorry, Vilkans on pole and Rudokas in second. I think it's Shurko who is in third, and then Martinas Tankevicius who will be starting in fourth in the 4-3-3. And that also looks to me to be Mykolas Mazinas, who is starting in sixth place, if I'm not mistaken, in the black, yellow, and green suit. So our DD2s out onto circuit. So, rolling start then for our DD2 drivers, as per the case with everyone. Vilkans on pole, Rudokas in second. We'll see how good is the getaway for Rudokas on the outside of the grid. And away we go. Good start then from Vilkans, who leads the way. Rudokas on the outside is going to lose one position, almost loses two, does lose two positions. So Thomas Rudokas drops down to fourth place, having started in second, which does mean that it is Shurko up into second. And I believe Mykolas Mazinas, who is up into third position, but we'll double check that as they come over the line at the end of the lap. That does look to be Shurko in the 4-3-5. It is indeed your championship leader, Maxim Shurko, in second, right behind the 4-7-1 of Edgars Vilkans. Really pushing him along, has a lot of pace in these opening moments of the race. I'm not sure who that is in third place at the moment. I think it's the 473, which isn't a number, so it can't be the 473 in third. I'll just wait until I get a clearer view of it. It's a 433, that makes sense. Martinas Tankevicius, who is in third position, ahead of the 426, which is Thomas Rudokas. So Rudokas down in third. In fourth, and Martinas Tankevicius in third position. Apologies, it wasn't Mykolas Mazinas in third place. He's just a little bit further down the order. Down in sixth place behind the 519. That is Pritse in the DD2 Masters category. That's a battle for the lead, actually, between those two. Well, Maxim Shurko is absolutely flying. He is all over the rear end of your race leader, the Latvian Edgars Vilkans. Vilkans was able to take a good win in the previous race today, but Maxim Shurko was stuck in third, I believe, for a large portion of that race. So Vilkans, another win over Shurko here will give him the lead of the championship, or he'll be 1 point behind, I forget. One way or another, the championship is going to be pretty much dead even between the pair of them. So a really, really important race this for Edgars Vilkans. As we We've got our camera photographer on the inside of the final circuit getting some nice pictures of the karts making their way down into the final sequence of corners. Still Vilkans though ahead of Shurko as they head through turn 5 and then into the hairpin of turn 6. But I tell you what, I have a feeling that Rotax is closing in. So Thomas Rotax, just a few tenths further behind, a second between these top 3. He's starting to close into the leading 2, and he could potentially pounce if these two get into a little squabble between them. But at the moment, Edgar Vilkans is not making any mistakes. And is doing a very good job of keeping the two behind him at bay. But it's a good lap from Rotax, who I think would have been the fastest driver that time round. Fast lap of the race, so still with Edgar Vilkans. And just keeping an eye on the battle for the top spot in the Masters category. Pritse is ahead of the 577 of Mikolas Masinas. He's on to the back straight. Come our DD2 drivers. Oh, little correction of the steering there from Edgar Vilkans. Rotax is looking so quick at the moment. And if Rotax can get past Shurko, that'll be big for his championship as well. Don't forget, 26 points separated these 3 drivers coming into round number 5. Will it stay that way? Will it get closer? Will it expand? So, through 5 and into 6. Still nose to tail. 5 minutes to go. Plenty of time remaining in this race, and for now, the drivers just trying to get into their rhythm, just trying to consistently put in those laps. But right now, that's helping Vilkans out more than anyone, because he started to stretch out his lead once more. The gap will surely be over half a second when they cross the line. No, it's still 4/10 of a second. That's what 4/10 looks like, about 2 kart lengths as they head into turns 2, followed by 3, 4, and now into turn number 5. So through 7 onto the back straight once again. 6/10 as well, or I should say 7/10 in the battle for the Masters category with Say and Masinas. Not separated by much. Into the final couple of corners then. And still Vilkans at the front. I think he's pulling clear. 4.38 was the gap last time round. 4.14, it's staying dead even. These 3 are absolutely evenly matched. It is fantastic to see. Through 5 and into 6. Is Vilkans pulling away? Is he holding the gap? Or is he getting reeled in once again by Maxim Shurko? And again, is there going to be any tire degradation to play? Especially with these direct drive gearbox karts. Might only be 2 gears, but it is enough. And you get so much power going into the rear tires. Especially on a hot day like this. I think that is a gap pulled by Vilkans. That is over half a second. 0.576, 1.5 tenths gained on that lap by Edgar Vilkans, who is looking to make it 2 out of 2. I was wondering if it'd be different in Heat 2 with Shurko chasing him instead of Rotax, but there is not much to separate any of these 3. A little bit tighter of a line being taken by Maxim Shurko heading through turn 9. As they head down through, you could call it the compression, the S's. I'm sure there is an actual name. for that sequence of corners. Because, oh, that is a nice camera shot of the kart going through the kink of turn 1. Gap is back down to under 0.5 of a second. But I think there's only about a 10th in it between them from any one lap to another. And I don't know if that's going to be enough for Maxim Shurko to really go for a move. So down into the final couple of corners, turns 14, and then into 15. Well, Thomas Rudekas has dropped back a bit, but there is no such dropping back for Maxim Shurko, with 3 laps remaining, including this one. As I head into turn 6 once more. This is one of the closest battles out on circuit. The other one that is very close is the battle for P9 between the 518 of Lukas Leonavicius and the 517, which is Paulius Latakas. And indeed, even the 438 is right behind them as well. I'm not quite sure who's in the 438. Ah, it's Matas Tamusianas. But Shurko has really started to pick up the pace, heading on to the penultimate lap of the race. Less than 0.4 between them. This is the closest it has been, or the closest it has felt all race long. Down into turn 9, and then into turn 10. Starts off quite quick and then really gets slower. I do love that sound of these DD2 karts. Into the final corner. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Shurko. Just lost the rear end momentarily, and that's going to affect his drive onto the back straight. Final lap of the race as well. And the gap is looking a little bit too big for Maxim Shurko. Shurko is still close behind, but I don't quite think he is close enough. And Shurko is still right behind him, but just a bit too far back to go for a move. But through the final corner then comes Edgar Villikans to make it 2 out of 2. A very, very good result for Villikans. Maxim Shurko takes second, and Thomas Rudekas is in third position. So, our final results then. Vilkan, Shurko, Rudekas make up the top 3. Then it is Tankevicius in 4th. Pritse is your DD2 Masters class winner ahead of Mikolas Mazinas. Marius Nauboraitis is your DD2 Hobby class winner ahead of Martinas Balshunas. Then it is Lukas Leonavicius ahead of Paulius Latakas and Matas Tamushunas in 11th position. And that wraps up our DD2 car. So, we are, well, I'm going to take a little drink break, and then once we're back, we're going to be having our Rotax Max Micro Nano finals. So there are our Nano carts. And that looks to be the number 12 of Timas Dranseka, who will be starting in second place. Jokubas Juozaitis, who was, well, absolutely dominant, I think is the only way to describe young Jokubas in heat number 1. And then there is the number 22 of Raidas Gluosnis, who will be starting in 4th position. And this is going to be our final race of essentially the second set of races. We will then be having a half an hour break, give or take, before heading on into our final 5 races of the day. So if you are interested in watching those final races as well, they will be starting from 3:30 UK time, which is, 3:30 Lithuanian time, which is 1:30 UK time. Or 2:30 if you're in Central Europe. So this is the final time that we will be seeing the Rotax Max Micro Nanos out on circuit. Exactly the same carts as the Rotax Max Micros. However, these are drivers who are just getting into the series, getting up to pace. Jokubas Juozaitis, I think, has already got up to pace. He looks absolutely ridiculous. I'd love to be able to compare, actually, the lap times of Juozaitis with some of the other micro carts, you know, the likes of Jokubas Vaskelis, Emilis Juozaitis, and Pitkovas as well, who have all been very, very quick today. And I'm sure that's exactly what Juozaitis and his parents are doing, and seeing how close he is to being able to make the jump to the Rotax Max Micro Series. The Juozaitis is leading the championship for now. No big prizes in this category, except for trophies, which are great. However, the other categories do have some very big prizes on offer. Mainly, if you win in a series for the micros, for the juniors, and indeed in the DD2s as well, you qualify to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals for 2024. There are also some other prizes on offer, particularly for the senior and the mini maxes. The winner will get themselves a nice Rotax engine. However, our Nanos will now take the circuit. What's the biggest gap I can get from your position? Can I maybe go up to 10 seconds? First, I think the other time to trial. However, battle further down the field. So this is me in my little office. Got a nice green screen behind me. Those of you who are on the YouTube broadcast. I'm glad it didn't hit that. Sometimes I like to lean back, kick my feet up, and enjoy the racing while commentating. So in a bit more of a professional posture for camera trick. Looks like you're like on the front row of the grid with Taker alongside it. And then it is the 96 of Daniela Stonis in third, with the 22 of Raidas Gluosnis in 4th position. But here we go then, into the final corner, and we are ready to go racing. And I'm sure, one of the Nanos came very close. I think that was Stonis, came very close to hitting the tire cones. But we are off and we are racing. It's a good start for Juozaitis, and Dranseka will slot in right behind him. I don't think there were any significant changes to positions. Now, Dranseka, I think, needs to go for a move on Juozaitis as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Jokubas is going to be absolutely checking clear at the front of the field. And Dranzika, so far, has been putting in a very good opening lap and keeping Uozaitis honest. In fact, so has the driver in third place, which I believe is Danielis Stonis in the number 96 kart, as they head into the set of compressions into turn number 10. The tightening left hairpin. This is looking really good for Dranzika at the moment, who is all over the back of Uozaitis. But we'll see whether Uozaitis can up the pace come the end of this lap. And right behind the pair of them is Danielis Stonis. We might have a really good three-way battle for the win in this Nano final. Now, as I say that, out of nowhere, Uozaitis has just pulled about half a second. I don't know where has he done that? He must have got a really good exit coming out of the final corner. That was incredible from Uozaitis. But he's got into his groove and he's already starting to pull clear. And now I think it's about looking at this battle for second place between Timas Dranzika and the 96 of Danielis Stonis. Stonis was able to get a good start and jump ahead of the 22 of Raidas Glosnis on the opening lap. And you can already see the gap that young Jokubas has pulled out. The gap was 0.2 of a second when they came over the line last time round. We'll see what the gap is at the end of this lap, because that is much, much larger than 0.2. It might be about 0.8, I think. Let's see, 7.5. I was close there or thereabouts, so half a second gained by Uozaitis on that lap, and in turn, Dranzika has also pulled away from Stonis behind him. As very wide goes the 55, which is the 55 of Timas Rimas, currently behind the number 10 of Vilios Tauros Bakutis. But Jokubas Uozaitis is absolutely flying, as he was in the semi-finals as well. And just needs to keep his composure and bring this one to the flag. 3 minutes to go. These Nano races are not long. We talked a little bit before about how physical these karts can be for young drivers, and this is a physical circuit. There's a lot of high-speed corners and then big braking zones into some very long corners as well. It can really get your neck going. And particularly for younger drivers, it's one of the reasons why neck braces are so useful, not just for a safety feature for accidents, but if your neck does go, your helmet's got something to lean on a little bit, and you can still see the corners as well. Tell you what, Dranzika is putting in some good times. He's only 1.6 behind Uozaitis, so pace-wise, it's much closer than what we saw in the semi-finals earlier today. But it doesn't look like there are any battles really brewing. Maybe we'll see this battle for P5 between Bakutis and the 55 of Rimas. There is Bakutis and Rimas. Is there an issue for Rimas? He was really slow. He was right on the back of Rimas at one point, and then he just dropped right off. Oh, sorry, he was on the back of Bakutis, and then Rimas did drop off. So I'm not quite sure what happened. And then we got the 79 and the 77, which is Dagis and Matachina. Matachina, sorry. Uozaitis might even be able to put a lap on Dagis and Matachina. But it's just been a very composed, elegant drive from the number 16, your championship leader of Jokubas Uozaitis. And into turn one, he'll go 2 or 3 laps remaining. It's going to be tight with when Uozaitis crosses the line. He has pulled a gap of 3.7 seconds now to Dranzika behind him. And all he really needs to do now is just keep it on the circuit for the final 1.5 laps. as he comes onto the back straight and enters the sweeping left-hander of turn 8 into the sweeping right of turn 9, and then it's heavy braking zone down into turn number 10. And that gap is looking more than 3.7 seconds now. Iosaitis doesn't really like to use these curbs. We see the seniors and the DD2s using them, but potentially those curbs might be a little bit too chunky for the microcarts to run over. So we do have 2 laps remaining in this race. The gap is now 5 seconds up at the front of the field. And Iosaitis continues and is looking to make it 9 wins in a row. Well, Jakobas Iosaitis has been very, very quick in the Rotax Max Challenge. And he is closing in on to a couple of carts to lap, which is Matacina and Dagis. And I'm sure he'll be able to make quick work of these lapping overtakes. Just needs to be a bit careful that he doesn't get collected. Oh, he's sitting behind for now. That might allow Dranzica to close in, but no, he gets a good run out of the final corner. He waits for the start-finish straight. Oh, can't quite get past the 78. Oh, sorry, the 79 of Gabrielius Dagis. Is he going to go for the inside? No, Dagis is having a little look, and there goes Iosaitis through. So makes the lapping moves without too much of an issue. Played it nice and safe, didn't want to risk anything, which is very sensible from Jakobas. Now on to the back straight. It's now the turn of Dranzica to make those overtakes. But Jakobas Iosaitis, what a day he has had. Another 2 wins will extend his run of victories in the Rotax Max Challenge up to a whopping 9. 9 race wins in a row for Jakobas Iosaitis, your championship leader and the winner of the Rotax Max Micro Nano round number 5. An excellent drive from Jakobas Iosaitis. Second place will go to Timas Dranzica, who extends his advantage in second place in the championship. Danila Stonis will come home in third, ahead of Raidas Gluosnis. Then comes Vilios Tauras Bakutis, Timas Rimas in sixth, Gabrielius Dagis in seventh, ahead of Noyas Matacina in 8th position. And that is the end of our Nano races, which means that we are now on for our second break of the day. We are going to be back in about 20 minutes at time with what? With our final 5 races of the day. We'll be having our Rotax Micro Final, followed by the Mini Maxes, Junior Maxes, Senior Maxes, and then DD2s to round out the day. So, go grab yourself some water, grab yourself a drink, maybe some food, whatever it is you need to do. But make sure you're back in 20 minutes at time for our first final of the day from the Rotax Max Challenge, Round 5, Lithuania. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to head on into our final 5 races of the day for round 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. And our first final will be the Rotax Max Micro. Actually, I tell a lie. It's not the first final because we did have our Rotax Max Micro Nano final just before our short break. So, technically the second final of the day. But the micros will be out shortly, and we've seen some good battling from our micros so far today. Jokubas Vaskelis is leading the championship from Emilis Juozaitis and Oskaras Pitkovas, with Tauras Zimnikas in 4th position. We also did see a couple of incidents as well, and I believe it was with our micros, or maybe I'm getting them mixed up with the minis potentially. I know there were some incidents around. I think it was with the 73, if I'm not mistaken, or the 83, something like that. But we will have a look. It might have been Emilis Kapkauskas, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll just have a quick check through everything. I think it might have been Marius Karchauskas in the Rotax Max Junior Heat 2, who had an off going into turn 8, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's what I'm mistaking it for. I don't think the Rotax Max Micros have had any big incidents. They did have a good battle. I remember there was a little incident that happened down into turn 4, potentially. But it's been some good battling nonetheless, so we'll see how this race pans out. Again, there were 49 points between the top 2 in the championship of Vaskelis and Juozaitis coming into this round. That championship gap would have changed, I believe, in favour of Jokubas, who has gained a few extra points over Juozaitis, as well as Pitkovas, who is 3rd in the championship currently. But let's see, once they grid up, where everyone is starting for the finals. And then we can get this race underway. Well, there they are. It is the 24 that will be starting on pole position. And that is the 24 of Jokubas Vaskelis, with the 41 of Emilis Kapkauskas starting in 2nd place. And then that is the 48 of Oskaras Pitkovas in 3rd position. So, top 3 in the championship, top 3 starting in the A final, as there's a bit of aggressive weaving as people are coming up alongside one another. And I thought there could be a nasty accident, but thankfully they keep it all sensible enough. But the Rotax Max Micro final about to get underway. 9 minutes of racing. This should be a good one. Will Jokubas Vaskelis just be able to pull clear at the front of the field? Or will he be coming under enough pressure from Juozaitis and Pitkovas behind him? Juozaitis for NSL Racing and Pitkovas for ART Kart. And then your race leader, your championship leader of Jokubas Vaskelis for the Intrepid Baltic team. Well, they make their way then down the hill. It looks like a hill from this camera angle. I've never been to the circuit, so I don't know for sure. And into the final corner. Jokubas Vaskelis then will be leading us away. Emilis Kapkauskas alongside. Sorry, not 2nd in the championship. Kapkauskas down in 5th in the championship. And away we go as we break formation into turn 1. And who is going to come out cleanest? Well, it is still Vaskelis, who is leading the way ahead of the 48 of Pitkovas, who went from 3rd up to 2nd. Good move up the inside from the 17 of Emilis Juozaitis, who takes the position from the 41 of Kapkauskas. So Kapkauskas has a drop down by a few positions down. This is what we wanted to see from our Micro Maxes. In the heats, they were very orderly. But here in the finals, they are really gunning for it side by side as Kapkauskas, or pardon me, is that Emilis Juozaitis tries to take a position. No, it's Kapkauskas who drops down 1 place, but your top 2 have pulled clear with Emilis Juozaitis in 3rd position, and fourth place, I believe, is the 88 of Taurus Zimnikas, who, as mentioned, is in fourth place currently. And then it's Čapkauskas in the 41, who started this race from second place. Let's not forget, has dropped right down the order, so you have to feel for him. Really unlucky on the race start was Čapkauskas, but he's got a lot of work to do now. He's dropped down to fifth place, having started from second. But the top two are not separated by much, about kart length separating the pair of them. Jokubas Vaskelis is ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas in second position, and then comes Emilis Juozaitis. Your top three in the championship are, well, instead of being first, second, and third, they're technically first, third, and second, going by championship order. And then Taurus Zimnikas is fourth place in this race. And guess what? He's fourth place in the championship. Emilis Čapkauskas is fifth place in this race, and is fifth place in the championship. So they're all pretty much in championship order, with the exception of second and third, because Pitkovas is putting in an absolute stint to start off this final race of the Micromax day. And a really impressive drive as well by him, may I add, to be able to stick to the back of Jokubas Vaskelis. As that's a move going up the inside, contact. Oh, that's not what you want to do. Who was that? That is the number 3 kart, which is Karlis Berntsons, the Latvian driver. Tried to go up the inside, didn't quite make it work, and, well, ended up facing in the wrong direction. But Oskaras Pitkovas is really sticking along with Jokubas Vaskelis, and, in fairness, Emilis Juozaitis is right there as well. They've pulled away from the 88 of Taurus Zimnikas, who is himself coming under a little bit of pressure from Emilis Čapkauskas, who has been very quick today. Don't forget, started on the front row of the grid, unlucky on the race start, dropping down to a fifth position with your top three separated by 9/10 of a second. We already saw a little bit of feisty racing in the opening couple of laps of this race. I'm sure we're going to get more of the same as this race progresses, as there is the number 7 of Aras Paskalis Bagatirius, who has a very big train of cars right behind him. It goes a little bit wide. Is that going to allow the 99 to go up the inside? Oh, he went for a go, but Remigius Kriaušiūnas cannot make the move work. Kriaušiūnas, there we go. Get there in the end. Kriaušiūnas though has got a very good run. They're side by side heading down the hill. What a move from Kriaušiūnas to take the position from Bagatirius. Absolutely fantastic. And up into 6th place, I believe, will go Remigius. So can he now try to hunt down this two-way battle that is occurring for 4th position? And there's going to be many, many more overtakes coming in this final. And there is one happening right in front of our eyes. The 45 up the inside of the 46. Leona Sadikov up the inside of Andreas Maniusis. Are they teammates as well? No, they're not. They just have sequential numbers. So Maniusis drops down a position. But there is the 99 of Kriaušiūnas after that absolutely fantastic overtake, which was right here, heading down the hill. How he managed to get the drive and stay alongside, I don't know. Maybe there was a potential mistake from Bagatirius. But a little bit more calm now as we head into the final corner. 7/10 up at the front is the gap between Vaskelis and Pitkovas. And then it's another 7/10 back to Juozaitis in 3rd position. Well, the gap from 6th down to 7th is currently at 2 seconds. We'll see whether that changes over the next couple of laps. There's a move up the inside there from the number 3, trying to go up the inside of the 45. So that was Benson trying to go up the inside of Zadikov. But no luck for him that time round. Zadikov is all over the back now of the 49 of Oskaras Bakutis. And Oskaras is being pushed along, heading down the hill into the final 3 corners. 3 more minutes to go. And Vaškelis has really pulled clear, 1 second clear at the front of the field. And here's a move then from the 45, trying to go up the inside of the 49, not going to work that time round. And now they are nose to tail, all three of them. Is this going to be a move from the number 3? No, Bensons will sit behind, tries to go for the switchback coming out of the corner. Could maybe go for a send heading into the hairpin of turn 6, but has to back off. And you have to think this is a case of when will the overtake occur, not if an overtake will occur, because they are looking super, super racy at the moment. So it is the 49 currently of Oskaras Bakutis ahead of the 45 Ileona Sazarikov. And then just behind them comes the number 3 of Carlis Bernstens, who is currently running in P11, just outside of the top 10. The guy up at the front has really stretched wide open, and now we've got this three-way battle for P4 with the 88 of Taras Zimnikas at the front of this train. Then comes the 41, who has just been overtaken. Great move up the inside from the 98, but it hasn't quite worked out. So Saula Vaitkute tries to go for the move, but a really, really patient way of driving from Emilis Čapkauskas to get the switchback coming out of the corner, retake the position from Saula Vaitkute, who was pretty much my driver of the opening heat. Saula Vaitkute had a really, really good heat number 1 of the day. Hasn't been able to show that same kind of form in heat 2, and indeed in the final. But a P4 result would be absolutely fantastic for Saula, should they be able to make that happen. All of that battling has just given an opportunity for Zimnikas to pull clear. And, well, here is Vaitkute still on the back of the 41 of Čapkauskas, searching for a way through. We've seen overtakes happening here into turn 5, not this time round, from Saula Vaitkute. And we'll just sit in behind, but you know that something's going to happen. There is going to be an overtake from one of them, Saula Vaitkute of MG Motorsport. Right behind Emilis Čapkauskas, also from MG Motorsport, is 2 MG Motorsport drivers hunting down the 88 of Taras Zimnikas from lenktynės, who is currently holding on to P4. The top 3 are well gone. Big gaps as well up at the front. No changes expected in the top 3 podium spots. But I am expecting something to happen in this battle for P4. 2 laps remaining as they come over the line, and it is nose to tail. A little bit defensive from the 88. Will there be a move? Yes, there will. The 41 goes up the inside. Čapkauskas up into 4th position. And Vaitkute, can Vaitkute follow through? No, not into turn 5. But what a move from the 41 of Emilis Čapkauskas, who is 5th place in the championship. Important overtake as well. And it is on Zimnikas, who is currently 4th place in the championship. So it's a battle for 4th on circuit. It's also the battle for 4th in the championship. But will Čapkauskas have any aid from their MG Motorsport teammate of Saula Vaitkute in this championship battle, and indeed in this race battle as well, as they head down the hill, still nose to tail, heading into the final couple of corners to start what will be the final lap of this race. And what do you do right now if you are the 88 of Taras Zimnikas? Is it aggressive? Is it try to reclaim 4th position? Or do you go defensive to keep Saula behind? It looks like it's aggressive at the moment from the 88 of Zimnikas, still right on the tail of the 41 of Emilis Čapkauskas. Tries to go up the inside, a little bit of pushing. What can Saula do? Tries to go up the inside into turn 5, does go up the inside. Contact between them, and now Zimnikas has to go defensive. Saula Vaitkute on the outside tries to get a run through turn 7, does get the run, and they're side by side on the approach into turn 8. Vaitkute has done it. Saula Vaitkute is up into P5. Zimnikas is down into P6. In MG Motorsport, both of their drivers will be making gains, and big for the championship, especially for Emilis Čapkauskas to try to jump ahead of Zimnikas. But your race winner, what a drive, what a set of drives from Jokubas Vaškelis to take the win ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas in 2nd position. And 3rd place goes the way of Emilis Juozaitis, That was a really fun Rotax Micro Max battle. Emilis Čapkauskas with 4th ahead of Saula Vaitkute in 5th. Tauras Zimnikas in 6th place, unable to hold the MG Motorsport drivers at bay. Remigius Kriaušiūnas in 7th ahead of Oskaras Bakutis in 8th. Then comes Karlis Bensons, followed by our Micro Under 9 drivers. Aras Paskalis Bakatirius takes 10th place ahead of Jonas Gelžins, who makes a last lap overtake on Andrius Maniusis for 11th. Maniusis in 12th. Then comes Leon Zarikov, followed by Domas Norkus and Rodrigo Taurins in 15th position. That was absolutely thrilling, and I'm hoping we get more of the same from the rest of our races today. Well, we knew that there was going to be a battle happening, didn't we, between Vaitkute, Čapkauskas, and indeed Zimnikas. And Zimnikas just could not keep them at bay. Very, very good battling between them. And you love to see that little bit of rubbing where it doesn't get too much, but it's just enough to get you excited. And I think that's what we got. It was a perfect battle between Saula Vaitkute and Tauras Zimnikas. So very, very happy to be able to see that battle. And that's actually very big for Vaitkute as well. I think that might allow Vaitkute to jump ahead of Bakutis and Brensons as well in the championship, because there was not much between them in this battle for 6th place, maybe even ahead of Leona Zarikov as well. So big round for Saula Vaitkute. But Jokubas Vaškelis is the star of the show. An absolutely fantastic drive from him. A clean sweep as well. Another clean sweep. He's now had 4 back-to-back clean sweeps, has Jokubas Vaškelis, which is absolutely ridiculous. So that makes it 12 in a row for Vaškelis, which is ridiculous. Jokubas Vaškelis, take a bow. We didn't really get a chance to talk much about Vaškelis in that race because of the battling that we saw happening for 4th. But Vaškelis has been dominant, not just in this race, not just in this final, not just today in general, but in the championship as a whole. So a really, really good job from Jokubas Vaškelis, who's getting closer and closer to clinching the Rotax Max Micro Championship. Our next race, though, I think we are going to be going to the Rotax Max Juniors. And I usually get caught up because I think we're going to the Rotax Max Minis. But I'm pretty sure it's the Juniors that will be taking place first. Marius Karšiauskas was leading the championship, tied with Timofey Vladimirov. But Karšiauskas has not had the best set of heats, had an off in one of his heats as well, which does mean that Timofey Vladimirov is now leading the championship ahead of Marius Karšiauskas. Fernando Paimre has had a decent set of races, will still be 3rd in the championship ahead of Nemenas Volbekas, who I don't think has had a good set of races. But we'll see where they are all starting for this Rotax Max Junior final. I'm going to grab a quick drink of water, and then hopefully we can figure out who is starting where for this final. Okay, I hope we are ready to go then. We've got 4 more finals coming your way. Juniors, minis, seniors, and then the DD2s. I'm seeing mechanics leaving the paddock area. No, I should say the dummy grid, not the paddock. Paddock is different. So that would suggest to me that the juniors will be starting very, very soon. Let's not forget, Mayas Mazinas has been absolutely impeccable today, particularly in race number 2. Mayas Mazinas was so fast and is going to be your favorite for this A final because the pace that Mayas Mazinas was showing was really, really good. Keep your eyes out as well for Tom Strel, who was also fast. And I'm trying to remember who else had joined them in their battle up at the front of the field. it wasn't Vladimirov, and I don't think it was Kartodromas. I think it was someone else. We'll figure it out soon enough. I know Vladimirov had a good first race, if I'm not mistaken. I think Vladimirov might have won the first race. But the second race was a little bit further down, was involved in an incident as well. I don't know if there had been any penalties handed out in any of the races. At least I've not been informed that there were any penalties, so I'm going to assume that there weren't. And we should get this underway in just a moment. Again, a warm welcome to anyone watching over on the YouTube channel. Make sure to send in your support for whatever drivers you're here to watch, whether you couldn't make it to the circuit, so you're able to open up the stream on YouTube instead. And I hope you have been enjoying the broadcast. Well, our carts are going out on to circuit, which does mean only one thing, that the Rotax Max Junior final will be starting shortly. That looks to be Vladimirov in third place. I think that's his light blue suit with the white helmet, Timothy Vladimirov. And we'll try to figure out where everyone else is. But a 12-minute final will be starting very, very shortly. Timothy Vladimirov, the Latvian driver, now leading the championship. And also Fernando Paimre, the Estonian driver, third in the championship. There is the 205 of Majas Mašinas, who did very well, I've been told, at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals last year. Sorry, not last year, 2 years ago. Had a podium finish, I believe. Well, let's see what Majas Mašinas can do, especially with Timothy Vladimirov starting directly behind him, the championship leader, against a Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals podium finisher. Away we go. Really good start from the inside of the grid. And, well, first, third, and fifth are now first, second, and third going through the opening sequence of corners. But it is Majas Mašinas who is leading the way ahead of Timothy Vladimirov, and then comes the 227, which I believe is Aloisas Čekovicius in third position. But Čekovicius coming under a little bit of pressure, potentially, as they go through the hairpin of turn 5, and has already dropped back from the leading two. So Čekovicius had a great start, but it's not been a great opening lap. And as there is Vladimirov right on the back of Majas Mašinas. And then comes the 238 of Tom Strel in third position. Tom Strel has been quick today. He's just missed that little bit of extra pace to be able to keep up with the likes of Vladimirov and indeed Mašinas as well. We'll see, though, whether Strel can pull away from this group of carts behind him. He's got Fernando Paimre right on his back end as they head through the double right hand of turns 3 and 4 into the hairpin of turn 5, and then into another hairpin turn 6. I mean, you've got the hairpin of turn 7 that leads on to the back straight before you enter the nice flowing part of the circuit before it really tightens up. And then you've got the really tight part of the circuit, which some people might call a Mickey Mouse section. Anytime you've got a slow set of hairpins like that, it reminds me of a circuit over in the UK in Wales called Glannigors, where you have these kind of corners all in quick succession. You can't overtake, but it is just so much fun to drive. Well, Majas Mašinas leads the way then from Timothy Vladimirov, and he is pulling. But in fourth place is the Estonian of Fernando Paimre, who is closing in. It is going to be defensive then from Strel, and Paimre is right on his back end. Can he go up the inside into 5? Because the 273 of Marius Kartodromas is also well and truly part of this. Way too late on the brakes from Paimre. He goes right into the back of the 238, who has a little look over his shoulder. And Strel is thinking, what on earth was that? And then he looks behind him and he sees the 273 is there instead of the Estonian driver. So, well, I'm sure, I am sure that Strel can figure out exactly what had happened, but it's not what Fernando Paimre needed. And that has allowed the top two to really pull away. And watching all of this unfold in this three-way, well, it's a four-way battle, really, for third position is the 227 of Čekovicius. who started this race much higher up the order. So Chekavicius in the Pilinai racing team. 7/10 so is the gap at the front of the field. Vladimirov unable to match the pace of Mažinas at the moment. But I have a feeling that this battle for third place is not done just yet. Strel for SM Racing and Vladimirov also in SM Racing. The 273 of Marius Karshauskas, though, racing for lenktynės. I always think when I see same liveries, oh, teammates, but it's not always the way it works, as here comes Fernando Paimra looking for a move, although it is defensive from Karshauskas. Now Paimra will have to sit behind as they head through turn 5. This is allowing Strel to pull away, and don't forget Paimra was all over the back of Strel just a couple of laps ago. So defensive again from the 273. That's going to allow Paimra to get a switchback through the corner. And Fernando Paimra applied the pressure to the 273 of Marius Karshauskas and eventually was able to find a way through. Now, he's got 8 minutes. That's a lot of time. 8 minutes is a lot of time. That's pretty much as long as the heats were. And that's the amount of time that Fernando Paimra has to try to close in to the back of Toms Strel, who is in third and the final podium position of this race. But I tell you what, look at Tom Strel. He is closing in onto the back of Vladimirov. This is really, really good pace from Tom Strel. We'll keep an eye on that gap. It's currently 1.4 seconds. But if that gap continues to come down, this battle for third place might well and truly become a battle for second position. Well, down through the compressions they go once again. Again, let's keep an eye on those gaps. It was 1.4 between Vladimirov and Strel, and it was 1.1 seconds between Strel and Paimra. So let's see what the gaps are. So around the final corner to start a new lap for the Junior Rotax Max Finals. 1.2 seconds and 1.1 seconds. So Strel is closing in. He is closing in certainly to the back of Vladimirov, and he's pulling away from Paimra, who in turn is only matching the gap of Karshauskas behind him, Marius Karshauskas in the 273. So we're not seeing that same kind of pace from Paimra that we did 3 or so laps ago when he was glued to the back of Strel. So the gap was 1.3 seconds between Vladimirov and Strel. We'll see what it is this time round. Maybe if he can get it to under a second, he might even get a distant amount of slipstream. And there is Mažinas leading the way. Well, it's just 1 second now. It's just under a second. So Strel has taken nearly 2/10 out of Vladimirov on the last lap. So Strel continuing to put in really good times as the Latvian drivers get closer and closer to a duel. And what about Paimra? He is still 1.1 seconds behind Strel. So Paimra is a little bit quicker than Vladimirov and maybe just about matching the pace of Strel up ahead. If he can continue to do that with 5 minutes on the clock, he might be able to get involved in this battle for second place come the end of the race. So into the final couple of corners then. Let's see what the gaps are looking like. Vladimirov then will cross the line. He's 3 seconds behind the race leader. 8/10 is the gap between Vladimirov and Strel. And have a look at Paimra. He has closed in to just 8/10 behind Strel. We're well and truly on our way to a three-way battle for second place. It might be the Rotax Max Challenge to Lithuania, but none of those drivers are Lithuanians. 2 Latvians and an Estonian battling for the final 2 spots on the podium. Onto the back straight they go then, and through turn 8. Again, we'll see whether that gap comes down. It was 1.6 seconds separating the trio. Will we be down to under 1.5? So through the final corner they go, and let's see what the gaps are looking like. Vladimirov over the line. He's only 6/10 ahead, and then it is 7/10 to Paimre. Forget 1.5 seconds. It's now at 1.3 seconds from second down to fourth. And Karšiauskas is a further 7/10 back, actually 9/10 back now. Maybe there's an opportunity for Karšiauskas to get involved if these two battle, or if these three battle a little bit too hard. But your championship leader, Timothy Vladimirov, how does he play this? Because the drivers behind are not championship contenders with him. He can settle. If he's focusing on the championship, he can just say, look, I don't need to battle too hard. That would allow Karšiauskas to close in. But I'm sure he'll want that second place result, and he might just be thinking of it position by position rather than as a championship as a whole. 3 minutes 11, that's going to be probably about 5 laps nearly. Plenty of time for this race to get a little bit crazy. 9/10 separating the three drivers, 3/10 between Vladimirov and Strel, and now there is just a kart length between them. The battle for second place has well and truly begun as they head into turn 7, and you can be absolutely assured that Tom Strel will be thinking of nothing other than second place right now. There is no sitting back, there is no waiting. It is go for the move, because he knows that closing in quickly is Fernando Paimre, and he cannot waste any time to let Paimre get involved in the battle. But Paimre is already here. He's only a couple of car lengths behind as they go into the final sequence of corners. Once again, Paimre is about half a second behind these two, who are separated by just a couple of tenths. 7/10 separating the three of them, and it is just 3/10 between these two in second and third place. The two Latvian drivers of Tom Strel in third position behind Timothy Vladimirov in second place. But now we've got to a point where Fernando Paimre is closer to Strel than Strel is to Vladimirov. Paimre gets a good run but can't stay alongside. Strel, has to sit behind, and look who's closing in all the time. It is now Karšiauskas who wants to get involved in this battle. This has now helped Vladimirov, who has pulled away by about half a second. In fact, that's looking like it might even nearly be an entire second. So, Fernando Paimre, what do? Do you push Strel along, or do you go for the move? I think he's just going to go for the move as soon as he gets the opportunity, taking that slightly wider line into turn 2. Too far back to go for a send into the double right-hander of turns 3 and 4. We've seen overtakes here into turn 5, but not this time round. A little look over the shoulder for Fernando Paimre just to see where Karšiauskas is, and he will be well aware that now it's his turn to attack and defend at the same time, just like it was 1 lap ago for Tom Strel. And look who's pulled away. Timothy Vladimirov is gone. He's long gone. And we've got 2 laps remaining in the race, excluding this one. I think Vladimirov has got second in the bag now. But what can Fernando Paimre do to get involved? Can he get up into third? Can he take that final podium spot as they go through the final corner to start the penultimate lap of the race? Vladimirov then in the blue suit with the white helmet. Again, that slightly tighter line we're seeing coming through from Tom Strel, just to stop Fernando Paimre going for a cheeky little send into the second corner of the circuit. Again, a defensive line. Karšiauskas sitting behind, hoping, searching for an opportunity. Paimre just jinks over to the inside just to cover off Karšiauskas, who looks for the drive and has to be covered off by Paimre going into turn 8. This is fantastic racing between the three of them. And Timothy Vladimirov will also be thinking it's fantastic racing, because this battling is allowing him to get away and giving him one hand on the second place trophy. Have no doubt though, Myers Majinas is winning this race unless something disastrous happens on the last lap. He is gone. He is long gone. He's about 3 seconds clear. He's 6 seconds clear of Vladimirov. But it is all about the battle for second place. It is the last lap. One more set of corners for Fernando Paimre to find a way through on Tom Strel. He's gone a bit wide. Karšiauskas cannot take advantage of it. Through turn 6 they go. and into the hairpin of a turn 7. Tom Strel has a bit of a gap. Karshauskas goes up the inside of Paimre. They're side by side, and Karshauskas is through on the final lap of the race. And dearie me, Fernando Paimre tries to go up the inside. What a move from Paimre. But it is Majas Mašinas who will take the checkered flag, and Fernando Paimre somehow reclaims 4th position. I thought it was over. I thought he had lost it, but he finds a way back through. Fantastic driving from Timothy Vladimirov to take 2nd ahead of Tom Strel in 3rd position. Fernando Paimre will be absolutely gutted with 4th place, but he put on a fantastic show for us. And unfortunately, Karshauskas, he will see that tie in the championship with Vladimirov gone, and he'll be a whole set of points behind, about 25 points behind now in the championship. 6th place in the final goes the way of Aloisas Chekavicius. 7th, Nemunas Volbekas. 8th goes to Dovydas Rashis. 9th goes to Jonas Janusauskas, and 10th goes to Oskaras Guoga. But what a battle that was from our Rotax Max juniors. Honestly, I'm taking nothing away from my Imaginez. Drove an absolutely fantastic race, right? Incredible, winning by 6 seconds, dominant. But that battle at the end between Karshauskas and Paimre was fantastic. Karshauskas got the inside coming out of turn 7. He was ahead going into 8, and somehow Paimre found a way to get through on the last lap. That was absolutely ridiculous. And we only caught a tiny bit of that battle, because we had to give credit to Majas Mašinas taking the checkered flag. But that was fantastic. And you can see the drivers having a little chat with each other about the race. That was absolutely thrilling. So, our next race then, we are going to be going to our mini-maxes, I believe. Let me just double check. It is indeed going to be the mini-maxes next. Then we'll have our senior maxes, followed by the DD2s to complete our set of races. It always hots up, doesn't it? Once you get into the finals, in the heats, everyone's just getting up to speed, just trying to take it safe. Don't break your cart before the final, all of that jazz. And then once the final comes, they all go absolutely ballistic. So, here are the Rotax Mini-Maxes. That is the 124 and the 125 on the front row of the grid, which means that it is the 124 of Jokubas Vaškelis starting on pole, and it is the 125 of Patrikas Josius who will be starting this race from 2nd. And I can't quite see who that is in 3rd. Is that the 123 or 133? I think it's a 133 of Laurinas Karalevicius. And then the 141 of Jonas Pundis, who will be starting from 4th position. So we are just a few minutes away from getting this race started. And it should be a good one if our micro maxes and indeed our junior maxes were anything to go by. See that Patrikas not that eager to get into his car, just gonna have a little chill moment, stretch out his legs before he jumps in. Let's not forget as well that Patrikas Josias is leading in the championship with, well, actually took a number of race wins at the start of the championship, but since round 2 has not actually won a final. Although he did actually for the round 3 semi-finals, I think. However, the last round was won by Joris Gigamantas Stankevicius. We'll see whether he can try to make it 2 from 2 finals today. Looks like the karts are ready to leave the dummy grid. And out they go. So Jokubas Vaskelis will be starting this one from pole, ahead of Patrikas Josias. And even though this is, you know, just a formation lap, a warm-up lap, the top 3 have already formed their own little battle. Maybe that's a sign of what is to happen in this race. Well, Jokubas Vaskelis, who is making his first round of the championship today, will be starting from pole, racing under the British flag as well. And the winner of this race will be getting themselves a nice Rotax engine. So, big prize on the line. Good luck, fellas. Here they come then, through the final corner to get this race underway. Jokubas Vaskelis and Patrikas Josias on the front row, and away we go. How good is the start from the outside of the circuit? They are side by side. It is a good start from the inside, and is that going to be a send up the inside into 3? No, it won't. So Patrikas Josias will have to settle for 3rd. But aside from that, there hasn't been any drama, no big changes of positions. There goes Josias up the inside. Oh, there's contact! Josias knows that it was not the place to go for the move. You can see what he was going for, but then there's contact between the 2 of them. And now there's going to be a lot of work that has to be done from Laurinas Karalevicius. Oh, Laurinas, who was having such an excellent day, 6th in the championship, some really, really big points going his way, and then has that tangle with the championship leader on the opening lap of the race. And now Laurinas right down towards the back of the field, and this might have just given one hand on the trophy for Jokubas Vaskelis, who has absolutely checked out at the front. Look at the gap. His 2 nearest rivals have dropped well down the order, but up the inside goes Patrikas Josias, who, down to 6th place, has to fight his way back up to 2nd. If Patrikas Josias could win this race, that would be absolutely something. But he's got 3 karts between himself and the race leader of Jokubas Vaskelis. He has got a lot of work to do as a 183, tries to go up the inside. Sorry, that's a 193 of Tautvidas Dagis, goes for that move. That was the 183, yes it was indeed, of Armanavicius, not the 193. But already seeing a lot of feisty action in our Minimax final. But have a look though at Patrikas Josias. He's the driver to watch out for, the 141 that goes up the inside of the 144. A fantastic move from Jonas Bundis, who gains the position up into 3rd place and finds a way through on Karalevicius. And now following through is Patrikas Josias, who is wasting no time whatsoever. Patrikas is absolutely flying out on circuit, and now he just has a couple more karts before he finds himself into 2nd place, which is probably where he thinks he should belong. We'll try to keep an eye out as well for our driver, who's a little bit out of vision. He's not out of vision. There is a 133, and Laurinas Kartingo really going for it. He's trying to go up the inside, heading down the hill. That would be a move and a half if he pulled it off. He has pulled it off. Lenktynės is flying. So is Patrikas. This is why we sometimes like to see reverse grid races, because you get to see some outrageous moves. And Lenktynės is pulling off absolutely peaches. Here is Patrikas though. He has got a good run and he's going to go up the inside. Careful, Patrikas. You don't want to make it 2 takeouts in 1 race. And sensibly backs out of that move on Jonas Bundis. Otherwise, that could have been another rather nasty accident. And now he's a little bit too far behind to go for a move into the hairpin of turn number 6. And we'll have to wait, see if he can get the run out of 7. Too far back. 199 though in second of Joris Stankovičius. Just trying to pull away for now. And I also believe Joris Stankovičius, this is his opening round of the season. So he's not done a previous race from what I can see. Second place in a final, in the first ever final of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, would be absolutely something and a half. But right now, he just needs to get his head down and try to pull the gap to the drivers behind. I'm going to keep my eyes out as well for the battle further down of Lenktynės Kartingo, who is now up into 7th place. So Kartingo is flying, and Lenktynės, if he catches up to Patrikas, there's going to be some fireworks between them. There is absolutely going to be some fireworks, but he needs to be able to catch up to Patrikas at first. And I do hope that we can catch both of their efforts to clamber back up through the field as they absolutely rocket through turn number 8 and then down into these compressions as the corners get gradually tighter and tighter and tighter before you head into the final corner and on to the start-finish straight. A 2-second lead at the front of the field for Jokubas Vaškelis. And there is the 1-3-3 of Lenktynės Kartingo. Josios Patrikas, is he close enough? Yes, he is. He's going to go up the inside, makes the move work on the 1-for-1 of Jonas Bundis. Up a position, 4 minutes and a lap now for him to close in to the driver that is currently in second place in their maiden race of the Rotax Max Challenge. The 199 of Joris Stankovičius. Well, knowing Josios' pace, I think he can do it. Down through the compressions they go. Again, just keeping my eyes out for Lenktynės Kartingo in the 1-3-3. And there you can see him in the blue suit with a white helmet, closing in onto the 1-4-4 of Domas Kartingo. Both of them privateers. I don't know if they're related. They might be related. Both privateers with the same surname. If they are, I think one brother definitely won't be holding up the other brother. So into the hairpins we go, and Patrikas Josios has definitely reeled in the second place driver of Joris Stankovičius. Through 8 and into 9. This is where the track gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And Patrikas will just be thinking about one thing: the exit out of the final corner and going up the inside into turns 1 and 2. Or it tends to be more of a switchback through 1 so that you can go up the inside into turn 2. And Patrikas is right on the back of the 199. He's got the exit, and surely he's got the drive as well. Patrick Josios then looking for second place. Can he make the move work? Yes, he can. Up the inside into turn 2 and makes a light work of Joris Stankovičius up into second place. And now the biggest challenge that remains for Patrikas Josios, which is to close in to race leader Jokubas Vaškelis, which is not looking likely because Vaškelis has looked so quick and there's only 3 laps remaining. He'd have to gain about a second a lap if he wanted to win this race, and I don't think that is likely to happen. With all of that being said, though, Stankovičius, though, I think will be relatively happy with third if he can manage it. A podium for his maiden round of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. It would be absolutely fantastic. And there is what's looking like a rather feisty battle further down the field. And we've seen these guys battling before. The 183 going up the inside of the 144, who's off onto the grass as well. That allows the 112 through. So the 183 and the 112 somewhat working together. Sarunas Armanavicius and the 112 of Normantas Arvasavicius. Well, we've seen these guys battling in both of their heats earlier today. Will they be battling here in the final as well? 193 ahead of 112. Sorry, 193 is Tautavidas. And 19? Yeah, 193 is Tautavidas, and then the 112, pardon me, is Normantas Arvasavicius. They are close together. Normantas just behind and gets pointed through. So the 193 of Tautavidas points through the 113 or the 112. That's interesting. I wonder if there had been some contact between them earlier. And maybe the 193 of Tautavidas, it feels like they gained an unfair advantage and have to give that position back. Who knows? Well, Tautavidas is the senior driver in the team and has let the driver development driver of Normantas Arvasavicius through. But 2 laps remaining. It's very quickly going to turn into 1 lap. And poor Laurinas Karlavicius, who is just too far back now to really close in to Jonas Bundis. He's put in an excellent stint, but he's still just under 3 seconds behind Bundis. He's not going to close in. And I have a feeling that this race is now done and dusted. There is a 125. Your championship leader of Patrikas Josius. But it's all about this driver here who has stretched out a ridiculous lead. Jokubas Vaškelis. It's his first time racing in the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. But what a drive it has been for Jokubas Vaškelis. Just a couple of corners remaining. He has been looking absolutely fantastic for the intrepid Baltic team. He'll round the final corner and he'll take the checkered flag for the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania round 5. An absolutely fantastic day for him. Patrikas Josius will take second. Maybe he could have challenged for the win if it wasn't for the lap 1 incident, but a phenomenal recovery drive from the championship leader. Third place will go to the 199 of Joris Stankevicius. And that makes our top of 3. Fourth goes to Jonas Bundis. Fifth, Domas Karlavicius. Sixth goes to Normantas Arvasavicius. Seventh, Tautavidas Dagis. Eighth goes to Laurinas Karlavicius. Ninth, Sarunas Armanavicius. And in 10th place goes to Emilia Karlaviciut. That was fun. It was a little bit different to what we saw in the previous races where we saw some really good battling between a couple of drivers. This was more about watching Josius and Josius just carving his way up through the field. And there is that incident. You've got to feel bad for the 133. I don't think there was much that Laurinas Karlavicius could do about that, but it is what it is. It happens in racing. You get these incidents and you've got to be able to carve your way through the field. And there was an attempted overtake from the 193 of Tautvidas Dagis. And then we saw some really good battling heading down the hill. As right in front of Patrikas Josius. And that was one of the moves Patrikas made. That was him getting up into 4th place. And then he still had 2 more overtakes to be able to make. This is the common one that we've seen all day today, up the inside into turn 2, and just a crystal clean overtake from Patrikas. And then the final one, again, the exact same move, up the inside into turn 2. Pulled off the move beautifully, covered off the inside into turn 3. And then we saw this really fun battle as well. And this was one where the 144 went quite wide on the exit of the corner. I think they thought that there'd be left room on corner exit, and then they weren't. But the 124, what a drive from Jokubas Vaškelis. All day long, really. Thoroughly deserved a final victory for him. With that said, though, I'm going to take a quick drinks break, and then we will be back in a few moments' time for our penultimate race of the day, the Senior Max. So, 2 more races to go today. We'll be starting off with our Senior, which will also be featuring the Senior Hobbies and the Senior Masters as well. Just a reminder then of the championship standings. Henrikas Klepikas leads the championship ahead of Linas Volungevicius. Then comes Nojas Gerulaitis in 3rd, followed by Hubertas Budvitis in 4th position. We've seen some good battling in our seniors, but just like we've seen in pretty much all of the races today, I'm expecting that final just to be that little bit more crazy. I think crazy might be the right word to describe it. We've seen some good drives as well from Laurinas Jadika in the senior hobby class, actually battling up there with some of the top-end senior max drivers. So really, really good pace from them. But with all of that being said, Henrikas Klepikas has just looked to be that next level to everyone else today. We'll see how things pan out in the final and whether they can take their pace from the heats and take it into the final and pick up a clean sweep. They've had many, many victories this season. Round 1 of the championship, a heat win, a second and a final win. Then they picked up a couple of thirds. Round 2 wasn't their best result for Henrikas Klepikas. 3rd in both heats, 3rd in the final as well. But then it was kind of back to winning ways, really. Although a really bad, actually, round 4 for Henrikas. Didn't get many points at all. Did manage, though, to come 2nd in the final, which was very impressive. But in fact, actually, in the last round as well, Henrikas didn't pick up a huge number of points. Came 4th in the final. So Henrikas back up to fine form, which is really important for him to re-extend that lead to Linas Volungevicius. I'm sure Henrikas, after the first couple of rounds, would have been thinking, okay, right, things are looking really good for me. Maybe we can take this championship. But now Henrikas looking for his first clean sweep of the season, actually. As I am hearing engines, which means that our senior final will be starting soon. And that does, to me, look like it's Henrikas Klepikas, who will be starting on pole position for the final. Well, we will double check this when they come over the line. A reminder then of the prize as well for our senior race winner. They will get a Rotax engine. Very nice. And those Rotax engines are beautiful. Right, let's see if we can catch the numbers. It is the 321, which is Henrikas Klepikas on pole. Then it's the 304 of Linas Volungevicius. 2nd in the championship, but Linas has always been starting in 2nd, which means that he always drops down to 3rd, coming out the first couple of corners. And that makes things very difficult for him. And then it is the 309 of Laurinas Jadika starting in 3rd place. But we are green and we're ready to go racing. Henrikas Klepikas leads the field away. It doesn't look like it is the best of starts from Laurinas Jadika. And who is that who's made their way up into 2nd place? A little bit of a poke of the nose up the inside into turn number 5. And that has really compromised Jadika, who drops down the order a bit and now trying to battle with the 335 of Edvardas Funka. And Funka will gain a position defensive from Klepikas. And side by side between the other two, heading into turn 8. And for the first time, I think, today, we have finally seen Linas Volungavicius up into second at the end of the opening lap. Now he can really challenge Klepikas for this final win of the day. And that is a 3.63 up into third place of Noyes Gerolaitis. So a really good start from Noyes, who is up into third position, trying to get his head down, and a bit of a battle happening further back, but it's not been the start. Oh, that's a move from the 309, trying to go up the inside. Not going to work, and now has a 347 going up the inside. So it's all going terribly, terribly wrong for Laurinas, who goes back up the inside, has the overshot, tries to park it on the apex, does get it slowed down, and now has the inside heading into the hairpin of a turn 7. So Laurinas Jadeka gains a couple of positions back. This is really critical for Laurinas to get to the front of this train of cars and try to get his head back into the game. And he's already started to do that. He's already starting to pull from this group behind us. That's the 302, I believe, of Edvardas Funka, if I'm not mistaken. No, Funka's at 335. So that is the 302 of Hubertas Budvitis in the dark blue suit. But the top two make their way through the opening corner. And then comes the 363 and the 335 of Noyes Gerolaitis and Edvardas Funka in third and fourth positions, respectively. And there is Hubertas Budvitis, who's looking for a move. Budvitis goes up the inside into turn 7, promptly has his nose chopped right off. And a little wag of the finger there from the 377 of Gustas Stasiulevicius, saying, look, let's just work together. This is not the time to fight just yet. And I think Budvitis probably doesn't really care and will be thinking, right, next opportunity, I'm going for the move. There is no working together. We're not going to catch up to the hobby class driver of Laurinas Jadika up ahead. And there he goes. He gets a good exit out of the final corner, and Budvitis up the inside through turn 1. Easy move up the inside into 2. The 373 needs to be really careful. Poke their nose up the inside. Armando Sakalis almost ended up going into the grass, but thankfully for him, he's still on the circuit and pointing in the right direction with no damage to the car. But 0.3 of a second is a gap up at the front of the field. Klepikas ahead of Volungavicius. And they then have a bit of a gap, 0.9 to the battle for third place, which is currently Noyes Gerolaitis in third ahead of Edvardas Funka. Down the hill they go, and the gaps are starting to spread out, but have a look at Laurinas Jadika, who is really pushing, and Jadika is closing in quickly to Funka. The gap was 0.9 last time around. Let's see what it is this time around. It's 0.6 of a second. Wow, that is quick, as you like, from Jadika. The hobby class driver has been finishing in third in pretty much every single race today. Got a little bit mugged off at the start on the outside of the circuit. Massively compromised for the final, but really working back through the field well, as that is a move and a half from the 373. Tries to go through the switchback, ends up going completely off onto the grass and out of the camera shot. Well, that is not what we wanted to see for the 373 of Armando Sakalis. We had seen some aggressive moves, some audacious moves from Sakalis, but that is just unfortunate. Went off into no man's land. For those of you who like to watch some sim racing YouTube videos, as they like to say, he went off into Narnia. But Henrikas Klepikas just doing what he does best, which is dominating up at the front of the field. And there is the 309 of Laurinas Jadika, who has closed in to the 336. And this is a battle for the hobby, sorry, the 335, pardon me, which is Edvardas Funka, and the battle for P4. There isn't going to be any move happening down the hill. We've seen that with some of the junior series. I don't think we'll see that with the seniors, though. If you are Laurinas Jadika, you're looking to do it on the exit of this corner, the final corner, onto the start-finish straight, and then try to get that run through turn 1 and go up the inside into turn 2. I think he's too far back, though, to do it this time round. So he might have to do it into turn 5, through 3 and 4. Is he close enough into 5? No, he's not. Next opportunity is going to be up the inside into 7. Never mind, he's going to do it up the inside of turn 6. Laurinas Jadika, fantastic overtake. And up into P4, past the 3-3-5 of Edvardas Funka. Bit of a gap, though, now for Laurinas Jadika to close in. 6 minutes left, though, so plenty of time for him to try to reel in Noyes Gerolaitis in 3rd position. But you can visibly see the gap. And you can also see, just behind, is Budvitis in the 302 car, who has closed in as well to Edvardas Funka. .5 seconds is a gap up at the front of the field. Henrikas Klepikas looking for the clean sweep. It would be his first of the season, should he manage it. No attempted overtake from Budvitis into turn 6, or indeed into turn 7. As they head down the hill into the gradually slower and slower corners. It must be so fun to drive that sequence of corners, even if it is painfully difficult to overtake. Budvitis has got a decent run. Is he close enough to go for the move? He's close, not quite close enough. We saw the move that Jadika did, which was heading into turn number 6. He couldn't do it here, that's turn 5. But he was able to get a run and go up the inside into 6. And we're going to see the exact same move from Budvitis. Fantastically done from Hubertas, who probably was watching to see how Laurinas Jadika did the overtake and thought, you know what, I'll do the exact same overtake. So Hubertas Budvitis moves up a position and up into 5th place, which unfortunately demotes Edvardas Funka down into 6th position. Now, where is Gerolaitis? Gerolaitis is in 3rd, and Gerolaitis was 12 points ahead of Budvitis coming into this round of the championship. So Budvitis could do with gaining a couple of extra places for his championship hope. 3rd in the championship as well, let's not forget. So that is an important battle happening in the championship right now. Mulungevicius, though, extending their advantage in 2nd in the championship, while Klepikas just continuing to pull clear at the top of the standings. Two seconds between the top two. 3.5 seconds separating your leaders. Sorry, 2.1 seconds separating the leaders as they cross the line. Jadika is not closing in on to Gerolaitis. So I have a feeling that our top 3 positions are set in stone. Question is, could Budvitis get through on Jadika? Because Budvitis is definitely closing in onto Jadika. As they head through turn 8 and now through turns 9 and then turns 10. And don't forget, Edvardas Funka is not too far behind either. I think Budvitis has the pace for this. Budvitis has started to come a little bit alive in the last couple of laps. That gap is now sitting at just half a second, with Budvitis half a second behind Jadika. Onto the back straight they go. About 3 or 4 laps remaining in this race. 2.3 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. And you can see Budvitis using a lot more curb coming down the hill. Through turns 1 and 2 they go. Budvytis is getting closer. He's 4/10 behind now. It's not half a second. But I don't know if he's closing in by enough. Well, he's going to get a little bit of toe on the back straight as they exit turn number 7. Laurynas Žėdika ahead of Hubertas Budvytis. And into the compressions once more. That gap is definitely less than 4/10 of a second. And when they cross the line, they're going to have 2 laps to go. In fact, maybe they can get 3 laps out of it, because Henrikas Klepikas is quite far up the road of these two. And I'm sure if you're Budvytis, you'll be hoping to get as many laps as possible. The gap was 3/10 over the line. There is no question, Budvytis is quicker than Laurynas Žėdika. But does he have enough of a pace advantage to go for the overtake? These two have really gapped. Edvardas Funke in 6th place. They're well over a second ahead now. But is that enough? Well, this time round from Žėdika, he's actually pulled away from Budvytis. And we are on to the final lap of the race then for Henrikas Klepikas. And, well, he has needed this race. He started off the season really well, but then he's had a couple of poor rounds. Round 3, round 4 definitely left a lot to be desired. He missed out one of the races as well. But here for round 5, he has been absolutely fantastic. Henrikas Klepikas at the Aukštadvario kartodromas. He has not put a foot wrong. You could not have asked more from him. He put it on pole in qualifying. He won Heat 1. He has won Heat 2 as well. He's just a couple of corners away now. Henrikas Klepikas, your Rotax Max Challenge, round number 5, a winner here in Lithuania. And a clean sweep as well for Klepikas. And he'll be getting himself a nice Rotax engine as his prize. Linas Volungevicius takes second ahead of Nojas Gerulaitis. Then comes Laurynas Žėdika in 4th ahead of Hubertas Budvytis. In 5th, Edvardas Funke in 6th ahead of Gustas Stasiulevicius in 7th. Then comes Arlandas Aladavicius in 8th, Julius Dagis in 9th, and Armandas Shakalis in 10th. The top place senior hobby driver, Laurynas Žėdika, despite dropping down the order, fought really well to clamber back up through the field and take a P4 overall. That's the start of the race where Henrikas Klepikas took the lead, and from there he just pulled away. For a couple of laps it did look like Linas Volungevicius would be able to stay within touching distance, but it did not stay that way. There were a few very close moments. That was notably one of those. But from there, it was relatively clean and some really good battling out on circuit. There was that one moment where one driver went completely off the circuit, which was here. As I don't know where that driver ended up. I don't know how far the grass extends. The yellow flag came out. We didn't see them back on circuit, or at least I didn't notice. And then this was a really good comeback drive from Laurynas Žėdika. He had a few overtakes to pull off. That was the main one. But Henrikas Klepikas has been unstoppable today. So with that said, we are going to be taking another very short break. I'm going to be grabbing myself a little bit of water, and when we return, we will be having our final race, the final from round 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. It's going to be the DD2s. So, one more race to go then today, and it has been an absolutely fantastic day of racing. The Rotax Max DD2. Well, Maxime Shurko leads in the championship, but it has not been a day for Maxime Shurko. It has been the day for Edgars Vilkans, who has been so quick. And now we go into this final race of the day with those two separated in the championship by, I think, 1 point, if my calculations are correct, because I believe it has been 6 points gained by Vilkans over Shurko, and there should be 1 point between them heading into this final. We'll see that whether Edgars Vilkans can retake the championship lead. I say retake the championship lead. He has not led the championship, I believe, at any point this season. Actually, no, I tell a lie, because there was one race that Maxime Shurko missed out on. And that allowed Vilkans to take the championship lead momentarily. But then eventually Shurko was able to bounce back and reclaim that lead actually in the last round of the championship. But I'm sure Vilkans will be very confident, feeling incredibly confident, because he has been super fast today. 14-minute final, our longest final of the day. In fact, our longest race of the day. The only other race that came close to this was our 12 minutes plus 1 laps that we saw from the juniors and the seniors, and indeed the 12-minute baby race as well. Although the baby was more of a practice session, I guess. And this is the really confusing one for me, because everyone's got the exact same livery on the front of their carts. Red and white barrel ARTs. But it'll be Vilkans and Shurko on the front row of the grid as, oh, someone's got an issue and they're stopped right on circuit. I don't think the race will be able to go, considering that. I'm sure they're going to be getting the sign to do another lap. There's no one to remove the cones. Have they gone racing? They have indeed. And they've been given the green flag. So we are racing. Vilkans then leading from Shurko as they exit turns 3 and 4. And there's a move going up the inside into the hairpin of a turn 5. I'm not sure who made that move. I think it was a 4-2-6. Or the 4-1-6, 4-2-6 of Thomas Rudelkas, who will gain the position. But at the front, it is still Edgars Vilkans who is leading the way. That cart has been pulled off to the side. That is a terrible time to have your cart fail right on the rolling up lap. You don't even get to taste a single lap of the race. But have a look at Vilkans. He is already starting to... Wait, no, that's not Vilkans. Vilkans is in second. Vilkans has the black suit. Is that Shurko who has taken the lead? And has he done that on the start? He has. Maxime Shurko from the outside of the grid has somehow taken the lead of the race. I've missed where that has happened, but fair play to him. And then we've got the 4-2-6 of Thomas Rudelkas in third position. Those are your top 3. And Maxime Shurko, where was this pace in the earlier races today? He is absolutely flying now. Maxime Shurko, the king of posture in these DD2 carts. Again, I've mentioned it before, his body seems to stay perfectly straight. His neck might move, his body might lean a bit, but his torso itself does not move at all. And I absolutely love to watch him go around the circuit. I've only been commentating this championship for today, but Maxime Shurko is something quite special to watch behind the wheel of a go-kart. Just waiting for the timing tower to update for me. I tell you what, Vilkans is not looking quick. He is not looking quick in this race. I don't know what the difference is between this final and heats 1 and 2, but Vilkans just does not look as comfortable as he was in those opening heats. And now the 4-2-6 of Thomas Rudelkas is right on his tail, searching for a way through, which, to be fair, in heat number 2, we did see these 3 very close together, but come the halfway point of the race, Vilkans started to really get in his rhythm and really gain a lot of time. So I wonder if this is Vilkans maybe just looking after those tyres a little bit better and then looking to come in hot for the final 5 or so minutes. As long as he can stay within touching distance of Shurko, but the gap was 0.5 of a second. It's now 0.8. The gap is quickly expanding with every passing lap. And in fourth place at the moment is Martinas Tankevicius in the 4.33, ahead of the Estonian, which is Pritsei, who is our leading Masters driver. As onto the back straight they come, and through turn 8. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Vilkans. I think we saw that as well in the previous race. Just those little corrections mid-corner sometimes from Edgars Vilkans. Onto the start-finish straight. The gap was 0.8. It is now 1 second. For all purposes, you'd think that Maxime Shurko has this race in the bag, and he might very well have it in the bag. But I feel like Edgars Vilkans has something a little bit extra locked away. And the question is, when does Vilkans want to unleash it? And then the follow-up question is, even if he can catch up to Shurko, will he be able to overtake? Oh, is that a red flag being picked up? I saw one of the marshals picking up a red flag. Hopefully, there hasn't been a big incident, so I think we should be good to continue racing. Down the hill they go, and it does look, has Vilkans closed in on this lap? Well, it was 1 second, pretty much on the dot. We'll see what the gap is this time around. 0.9 seconds. So the pace has been equalized. And Edgars Vilkans has closed in by about 0.5 tenth, and Thomas Rudekas is right behind him. And these two are not going to battle. They're working together for now, at the very least. But if Vilkans was to make, what was I saying, Vilkans? If Vilkans was to make a mistake, that would give Rudekas an opportunity, and he would take it. Absolutely. If he gets that opportunity, he will take it. But for now, Vilkans is putting in decent laps. We'll see whether that last lap was a mistake from Maxime Shurko, or whether Vilkans can consistently match the pace. It still does look like it is about a second separating the pair of them, but there is no better judge than the timing tower. Over the line they come. It was 0.9, it's 1.1. So another 10th gained by Maxime Shurko. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, and there is still plenty of time left in this race. We are not even halfway through the race as of yet. Just a reminder as to what goes away of the DD2 class winner. It will be a ticket to the 2024 Rotax Max Championship Grand Final later this year, which I think Maxime Shurko might have already won, so he can get himself another ticket if he so wishes. Edgars Vilkans has also won around this season, and the DD2 Masters winner will get themselves a nice, clean, fresh Arai helmet, which is currently, I think, going to go the way of... let me just double check. Pritsei, who is the leading Masters driver currently. Gap, 1.1 seconds again. It has stayed constant. But we are getting closer to that halfway point, and I think we're getting to the point where Edgars Vilkans will have to step up the pace. It does look like he's a tiny bit further ahead of Thomas Rudekas than he was before. To go down the hill then. Watching these DD2 carts going down the hill compared to the Micromaxes and the Juniors is quite something else. It's so much quicker. It's almost like a ballet. 1.1 seconds between your top two. And that gap has stayed pretty much dead even over the last 3 laps. Are we getting into this crossover point? Does Vilkans have anything more to give? He won the first 2 races of the day. He looked really quick. The pace between the top 3 was relatively close, but here in the finals, Maxime Shurko might have just pulled a little something extra out of the bag, an extra 1/10 a lap, an extra 2/10 a lap maybe, and he definitely pulled something out at the start of this race. So I don't believe he started on pole, but he somehow got past Vilkans on the opening lap, and since then, he has led all the way. The gap was 1.1 seconds. It looks like it's about 1.2 or 1.3 seconds now as they cross the line. It is indeed 1.2 seconds, so it has got that tiny bit bigger. Maxim Shurko is showing no signs of slowing down. We might also be having a battle between 5th and 6th, which is the 577 of Mikolas Mazinas, who has closed into the back of Pritsei, and that is for the Masters class victory. And the battle for P5 overall. You can just see them in the background of your shot going through turn 7. As Edgar Svilkans makes his way down the hill with Thomas Rudekas in close succession. But Maxim Shurko, the championship leader, seems to have this one in the bag. The gap was 1.2 seconds last time round, and they round the final corner, and that looks like it might be even bigger, 1.4 nearly now. And it is, it's 1.4 seconds, so Maxim Shurko continues to extend the lead. Can't really ask for much more than Shurko. He's done everything he's had to. There's only been one lap where he's been a tiny bit slower than Vilkans. Otherwise, he has been consistently faster, consistently stretching out the lead, and that is all that you can ask for the championship leader. And this is really, really important for his championship as well, just to make sure he's still ahead of Edgar Svilkans heading into round number 6 of the season. Well, into the final couple of corners, into turns 14 and now through 15. The gap was 1.4 seconds. And on to this lap is now 1.5. It continues to extend. And this battle for 5th place is really starting to heat up. I don't know if we can catch that battle between Pritsei and Mikolas Mazinas, who are separated by just 0.3 of a second. Now, however, knowing us, knowing our luck, if we look at that battle, that's when Thomas Rudekas will somehow make a move on Edgar Svilkans. But we'll keep an eye on both. Just sometimes see in the corner of our shot, there you go, you just saw Pritsei ahead of Mazinas. And there they are coming into shot, into the final sequence of corners. Less than 4 minutes to go. The gap was 1.5 seconds. It's gotten even bigger, 1.8 seconds. Maxim Shurko, there is no sign of him slowing down whatsoever. He continues to punch in these really quick lap times. And Edgar Svilkans can do nothing but watch his championship rival pull away. He did everything right in the first 2 heats, but in the final, it's been Shurko's show. It's been a Maxim Shurko show and a half. 1.5 tenths between Pritsei and Mikolas Mazinas when they cross the line. We'll see if we can catch them in the background of this shot. Yeah, there they are. They are still nose to tail. And almost saw them coming into the final couple of corners as well. For Vilkans, continuing to hold on to 2nd place ahead of Thomas Rudekas. Does Rudekas, though, have anything more to give? Can he find a way through on Vilkans? As they head into the hairpin of turn 6. And down into the compressions, as I like to call them. It is still Pritsei ahead of Mazinas Mikolas. The white helmet of Pritsei, I believe Martinas Mikolas has a coloured helmet, so I can just about tell who is ahead of who. It's still just 2/10 between them and 2 minutes to go in this race. The gap has now extended over 2 seconds, 2.2 seconds. Maxim Shurko, I have no idea where this pace was in the previous 2 races, but he has absolutely come alive at the front of the field in clean air. And he has left these 2 behind him. Vilkans and Rudekas very evenly matched for pace, but they haven't been able to keep up with Shurko in this final. And also, we should give a shout out as well to Martinas Tankevicius. He has been very lonely in 4th place as a 433 car. 3 seconds behind these three and 3 seconds ahead of the duo battling for the Masters class victory. There they are. Still Pritze holding on to the class win. Well, we're going to have, I think, 3 laps to go in this race, give or take. Because when Maxim Shurko crosses the line, he should have over 0 seconds on the clock. Down the hill they come once more. And there is just under 30 seconds remaining, so Shurko should cross the line with time. With about 20 seconds to spare. And the gap was 2.4, and now it's 2.5. 2 laps remaining. Shurko might even get this gap up to about 3 seconds if he can pump in some really quick laps. Pritze now 4 tenths ahead of Nicolas Mazdinas. Down the hill they go. 1 lap remaining once they cross the line. In fairness to Vilkans, he has pulled away from Rotax now, but Maxim Shurko is the star of this show. Watching the racing today, you would have thought this was Edgars Vilkans' round to win. He won both of the heats, but in the final, Maxim Shurko has pulled something out of the bag, and he has pulled something incredible out the bag. He has been hands down faster than both Vilkans and Rotax, and now he just has about 5 or so corners remaining. Maxim Shurko came into this round 13 points ahead of Edgars Vilkans. He came into this final 1 point ahead of Edgars Vilkans, but at the end of this final, he will be extending his championship lead. Maxim Shurko rounds the final corner and will take the checkered flag for round number 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. What a drive from Maxim Shurko. Edgars Vilkans will take second ahead of Thomas Rotax, and that makes your top 3 spots. Martinas Tankevicius comes in 4th. Pritze is your Masters class winner ahead of Nicolas Mazinas. Then Martinas Balchunas is your hobby class winner ahead of Marius Nauburatis. And then comes Lucas Leonavicius, Matas Tamoshunas, and Paulios Latakas. And that rounds out your 11 kart field. Well, we have had some absolutely fantastic racing today for round number 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. It's been an absolute pleasure to not only be able to watch the racing, but to be able to commentate on it as well. So I hope everyone has enjoyed their day, whether you're over at the circuit or whether you are watching over at YouTube either. A big thank you as well to all of the sponsors of the broadcast, and we'll see you all for round number 6 of the championship, where we will be heading to Šiauliai on the 13th and 14th of September. Another congratulations to all of our round winners, and a big thank you to the event organizers and the marshals for making this race possible. We'll see you all in September. Thank you and goodbye.